Morning, everyone, and welcome to the event will be reaching heights of 31 degrees later today, and because it is going to be actually a really long cabinet meeting, a number of papers that we've got to get through. Please advise that I'm aiming to a break at some point midway through. We've got windows open. Unfortunately, there isn't really strong air conditioning. Feels please step out and go to a cool area somewhere in the building, and I think that may well be the basement. But there's water in the room and also next door, and we'll keep the doors open, but you may need to speak loudly to cut through some of the background noise. Also, I wanted to just advise on a few things. As you all know, the meeting is being live streamed on YouTube. We have potentially members of the public watching on YouTube, so welcome to members of the public watching on YouTube. We don't appear to have any members of the public in the public gallery, but we do have a member of the press. Welcome again, member of the press, to another one of our cabinet meetings. And I advise that if there was any member that was online and watching online, they're not able to vote, their presence won't be recorded as for political votes, and they will be able to answer the question by using their remote hand, and I'll be advised as such by the committee to the clerk to the committee, Joy, but they won't be able to vote. And then in terms of meeting etiquette, if you could just be reminded, or mindful, should I say, that when you are speaking, in light of this meeting being broadcast live on the council's YouTube channel, you just state your name and the role portfolio that you like. So wish also by virtue of the ward situation that you represent. I'm also going to be reminding everyone, particularly members of the cabinet and the executive, there are a series of exempt papers as set out, agenda items 17 and 20. So if you wanted to ask any questions relating to any matters detailed in the appendices, I'm going to have to evoke the exclusion of press and public in line with the Local Government Act 1972. And then the final thing that I just wanted to advise, and this would be subject to it being agreeable with both the Cabinet Member for Health and Adult Social Care and also the scrutiny chair for the relevant portfolio area and climate emergency, health, adult social care and climate emergency. And suggesting that the agenda item 15 in response to recommendations in the Health and Adult Social Care Commission report on maternity service is brought as our first agenda item, assuming that you're not intending to take the entirety of this meeting. Yeah, is that okay, both of you? All right, super. Before we jump in, two other things, three things actually. Firstly, welcome back to Council Members. I know that you've not been very long. Sweet to have you back. Part of your transition back in.
Thank you.
And I hope you're feeling well. And also, happy birthday, belated albeit, to Council who has been a phenomenal milestone.
You don't need to say how old.
50.
Thank you, James.
Wondrous.
Very remarkable.
Well, they took the age off first. Congratulations.
Thank you for reminding me.
Yeah, paid praise.
I hope you've had a joyous week celebrating.
I have indeed. Thank you very much.
Okay, and then finally, I just wanted to convey my thanks and appreciation to Colin Ansell and the attending his cabinet in his role as interim chief executive for the final time, but no doubt he will continue being very diligent in his attendance to cabinet, and
We're all with you, Colin. We're all stepping away.
and I just wanted to formally record and note my thanks to your counsel, wisdom and your support, both myself and the members of the cabinet and executive with regards to procedures of formal cabinet. So thank you very much. Okay, and now we're going to be jumping on to the agenda proper. So firstly, I'm going to be asking Joy, our clerk to the committee, to advise me if there are any apologies for absence that have been formally received.
Yes, Chair, we've received apologies for absence from Councillor Joshua Garfield, from Councillor Charlene McLean, and also apologies for late from Councillor Anne Easter.
Okay, great.
And sorry, apologies with Councillor John Mons.
Okay, fine. Are there any other apologies that I need to be noted? Members of Cabinet or the executive? No. Okay, thank you very much. Can I just draw everyone's attention to declarations of interest? That's on pages 9 to 10 in the agenda. According to the members' conduct, this is time for members to declare any disclosable pecuniary interests or pecuniary interests they may have in any matter being considered at this meeting, having regard to the guidance to the agenda. So having noted the code of conduct and understanding disclosable pecuniary interests and non-pecuniary interests, and taking into account of all the items that cabinet members we will be discussing today, and indeed actually board or executive members, are there any declarations of interests that need to be made? Okay, that's a no from everyone, Joy.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Going on to the minutes of the decisions at cabinet on the 20th of July. Those minutes span pages 11 to 24. I'm going to take them as read. And do we agree to approve those meetings as an accurate record of our decision making on that date?
Yeah.
Agreed.
Then jumping on to appointment 4. Agenda item 4, appointments to outside bodies. There are no appointments to outside bodies that will be announced today. So Joy, is that noted? Thank you very much. Now we're going to be jumping on to the agenda items. As mentioned earlier, I'm going to be bringing forward the agenda item 15, response to recommendations in the Health and Adult Social Care Scrutiny Commission report on maternity services. And I'm going to pass over to the Cabinet Member for Health and Adult Social Care in the first instance, and then invite any additional commentary from the Cabinet Member for Health and Adult Social Care. And then I'll invite any comments from the Chair of Scrutiny, and then I'll have lots of questions. So over to you. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. So Councillor Neil Wilson, Cabinet Member for Health and Adult Social Care. We clearly welcome this very thorough report. There was a lot of hard work, obviously, which went into this. I attend on a regular basis together with my colleague, Councillor Mumtaz Khan, the Deputy Cabinet Member for Health and Adult Social Care. The Adult Health and Social Care Commission is a very thorough and I think very diligent approach that is adopted by the chair and others at that meeting. Now, although only 3 of their recommendations apply directly to this council, it's clear that we've also got a role to ensure that our partners, particularly in this case, Bart's NHS Trust, which is responsible for our local hospital, and others regarding maternity services, they have a part to play, and we have a part to play in making certain that the Health and Wellbeing Board and other fora that we keep them to account to develop the actions assigned to them. We have had, and I think the chair of the scrutiny would agree with me, we have had some really good proactive, as it were, off formal agenda discussions with BARTs, and there's been a lot of discussion leading up to this point we've reached today. So we welcome the specific recommendations that we've put in this report, and they relate to, as is recommendation 10, outlined from 3.7 ex sequendum, and then recommendations 11 and 12, which are contained on page 266 of the body of our agenda. So we're encouraged to see that obviously these are in a consistent approach with the 50 steps that this council has adopted, and also that our services feed into building a fairer Newham. There is tremendous press speculation that I think has been right to highlight the disproportionality of those of Black and Asian majority populations now within Newham about the quality of services, and it is important that services around women who are in both antenatal but also supporting postnatal care, that they are dealt with across this council with housing and Newham money services for those in financial hardship or needing financial advice, food clubs and the voluntary and community faith groups, which have a really important role to link with women from different communities and our very diverse background here in Newham. So I welcome this, and I don't know whether Mumtash, you just have anything further on the hubs.
Yeah, just to also add that, we have has developed a model for delivery of a wraparound support for families to improve to have available temporary accommodation to assist and improve their health.
Okay, fine. Susan, did you want to provide some commentary to what you've read?
Firstly, I'd like to thank Councillors Wilson and Khan and their team for their really supportive remarks, and I'm also really glad to see both of them back at the helm. As local government statutory scrutiny, we see our role as very much being that of a critical friend of the system, and it's our hope that the work we do assist the Cabinet leads and the Deputy in offering a public space for exploration of system issues. I think our integrated care system is only a year in, it's celebrated its first birthday. So it's no surprise that recommendations that come back from individual entities, perhaps going forward, we will see a sort of system response to this work, and the system sort of working together as one to deliver that response. I think I only have one question, and that's just around the connection between services that public health are providing, and that is temporary housing. So this is a question that is as much aimed at councillors Mohammed and Lee Parkway as it is councillors Wilson and Khan, and that's how are mothers and families, when they go into our temporary accommodation, made aware that these services are available to them.
Okay, fine. I'm going to bring in. Sorry, before I do bring in Carly Lee Parkway, are there any other questions that you've got so that we can capture them?
No other question, just comments.
Okay, fine. So I'm going to invite Neil in the first instance, your Cabinet lead.
Yeah.
And then I'll bring in Carly Lee Parkway.
Yeah, there's clearly a need, and this was highlighted by the representations at scrutiny, for those women who have some housing needs, for a housing service to be, as far as possible, A, identified, B, aware of the services. And I know that there's been some really close partnership working across both the adults and health directorate and housing. So I know that Carleen would have more detail on this. So can we let's segue into her at this point?
Okay, and just drawn into sections 3.11 and 3.
I'm going to say, yeah, 3.11, 3.12. Yeah.
And I know that those, especially 3.12, I know that that's come up in a previous scrutiny, albeit children and kids services, the impact of housing.
Yeah.
conditions, for families, particularly in temporary accommodation.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Carleen Lee Parkway, Cabinet Member for Housing Needs, Homelessness and Private Rented Sector. Thank you for the question, Councillor Susan. So just in regards to what we are doing currently, so families that come into the temporary accommodation cohort are made aware of the services that are available within our local authority. Those that are outside our borough, the same is also approached. But we are, and we do continuously refer mothers into the services that are currently existing. We are working through a wraparound service. So there's something we're doing some work on at the moment around a wraparound service that is being developed in order to really deal with the issues of families in temporary accommodation, to make sure that they access the right support at the right time for the right reasons. So that project's actually on the way at the moment and should be due to come to an end of the working it through and then have it being delivered sometime this year. Maybe Darren, you might want to come in with some further details.
Sorry, can I just, did you want to bring in the officer? Right.
Maybe the corporate director might have a little bit more detail on that.
Darren?
Yes, so Darren Lee, Director of Housing. Yeah, just to say we've commissioned a joint research project for public health and families and children on temporary that's due to come we've also got a joint cross-council project really underway doing services where different services will touch with families in temporary accommodation, making sure we've got that. So it's a some extent the referrals are there, but we're doing more to make sure it's not really wrong.
Yes.
And the only other thing I wanted to sort of stress is that, as Councillor Wilson said, we have level collaboration between Barts Health, and they'll be bringing their patient charging report to scrutiny to be upfront and transparent about that in October. And just going forward, we'll be continuing our focus on inequality and also adding a focus on the impact of privatisation as we go into the new year, looking at that properly lead to numerous future challenges.
What's the second part? I couldn't the air quality, which I was going to come back on.
Just to say that in addition to maintaining our focus on inequality in all the topics we're looking at in the new year, we will also be adding a focus on privatisation and the opportunities, but also the challenges that might be being presented within the system.
Both in terms of London sub-regional footprint as well as Newham.
No, because there is this separate joint health overview and scrutiny that will be looking at the wide side field. Everything we do as a scrutiny is very much focused on Newham, even when it's Newham within the North East London.
And on the inequality, sorry to just probe on that forum, but just to clarify, on the air quality, it will be understanding air quality in the context of our statutory monitoring requirements around air quality levels in the borough that comes under the auspices of the local planning authority, but also how it interfaces with our broader work with regards to climate emergency and climate change, and also as it pertains to other interventions that we may be pursuing as part of our sustainable transport. Is it all three areas?
My understanding is because air quality is really split across the two areas of scrutiny sort of around the environment, which is a separate committee to us, we are purely sort of looking at the health impact and whether there's any level of disproportion within that. But obviously we've also now got the wider area of equalities in general and the work that we're doing there as a council within health scrutiny, along with disproportionality within health services.
A conversation for outside in one of our planning meetings. Apologies, I'm digressing everyone, and otherwise I'll forget, and I only get an opportunity every now and then to speak with you. At the last meeting of the Health and Wellbeing Board, before this period, had raised the important matter of health and climate change. And we're going to be beginning to consider parameters of health and wellbeing board inquiry in this area and space, and working with our health partners and across the system. So it would be worthwhile speaking with you on that in light of what's coming forward in January. Okay, so, all right, brilliant. Thank you very much. Right, now we are going to be moving on to as the number 5, building a fair and new performance report.
Sorry, Chair, don't we just have to agree the recommendations on that as pertaining to 264?
Got away with myself. Got carried away with myself. Right, okay, so sorry, colleagues. If you can call your attention to big page number 264, recommendations for the reasons set out in the report. The Cabinet is recommended to agree to 1. It's also a response to scrutiny commission, noting that while most of the recommendations were directed against the council and partners, also have a considerable role to help to reduce outcomes in maternity care. Is that agreed?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Very much. Right, now moving on to item 5, that's the building of fair and new performance report, and this is the first 2023-24 year, and I'm inviting to the Assistant Chief Executive, James Carpenters, to provide a bit more of the detail, but in sum, the performance report is a continuation of our commitment to transparency and good governance. We set out detail of the position as it pertains to different service areas, meeting the outcome-based requirements of our overarching building a fair and new corporate plan and performance monitoring plan we've been introducing. Which we introduced to the council, circa the Minister Year 2021. This is the first quarterly report for the fiscal year 2023-2024. So it's the it concludes in the first year of the building a fair and new corporate plan and manifesto. And it also highlights the performance and what's set up in the report has to be understood in the context of the very constraining and challenging financial climate that we are facing, and rightly should be read in tandem with the July finance report that put out the overspend forecast. It's also important to not use the screen of financial constraints as a cover for inefficient and suboptimal council performance, because council performance is as much about the culture and the practices and the system and the enabling instruments that we employ to help our committed public servants who make up the new staff team at the council in delivering their roles. So this report also touches on the ongoing ending up in the borough, and it sets out the diligence that we're going to be further to the area of fly tipping and keep the borough clean, because it's going to be a priority programme of all council focus from the period until May next year, as we begin to see the impact of service redesign and additional system enhancements that we're going to be introducing. We'd love to also draw colleagues' attention to fact that around the outcomes-based performance metrics that we use, and please do ask as many questions as you want with regards to itself as contained in the substantive report, but also the appendix that's attached to it, because it's drawn from an analysis of a whole range of different data sets alongside the Newham Council's household survey that we undertake every year, and just with an eye to the impending new household survey, we should be in a position to report back on emerging interim findings at the end of the year. But I just wanted to that we have fully delivered 6 of the commitments that we set out in building a fair and new corporate plan that we said and stated that we would achieve by 2026. So 6 of them have been in their totality completed, and I'll invite you from the learning around the mission complete position that we've got to. Also to advise that 56% of the corporate plan outcome-based performance targets will be met without any significant risk. And 34, we have identified the risks that we are assured and confident can be mitigated within the constraints of resources, and that will be a particular focus of cabinet members and deputy cabinet members in their research. Go through some of the detail that the colleagues, if you could ask many questions, because it's important that we bring this out in this public forum so that anyone can compare directly, but also for the purposes of minute taking. Joy, if you could just make a note of those points that are made by James Partis around the detail, but questions raised by cabinet members. And then finally, just to advise that the plan will continue to be delivered despite the robust financial management and less than 50% in the total corporate plan remain at high level of risk, and that's largely being driven by the financial climate. So for instance, our outcome-based performance commitment as it pertains to temporary accommodation and placing people into secure homes if they present and we've accepted a duty to house them is going to be very challenging, and we'll come to the reasons for that during the course of this debate and discussion on this programme. But I'm going to pause and hand it over to James, and then I'll open up to some questions.
Thank you, Mayor. And yeah, just to build upon that really comprehensive introduction, the kind of highlights for Cabinet's attention, which I think are worth pausing on for a moment, are those summaries of the delivery position for the corporate plan, particularly the corporate plan commitments. Yeah, 56% says commitments are on track without risk, but you know, a substantial, about a third of the commitments, sort of what we'd rate as amber, which means we believe we can deliver them, but there are risks that need to be mitigated and actively managed through deployment of resources, through training and management within the organisation. In some cases, some additional support required. To give a flavour of the sort of drivers for those amber RAG ratings or areas where we think there are risks. In many cases, the sorts of issues that are affecting delivery are issues that are sort of externally driven to a majority of cases, particularly where there are links to a need to depend upon a market that's being affected by kind of significant inflationary uplift. When it comes to kind of our major housing or building programmes, issues relating to our ability to mobilise external partnerships or to influence government policy, in particular in relation to our aspirations around the local plan, for example. There are, you know, quite firm legislative challenges that the organisation has to work around. There are, to be fair, some instances where internal delivery capability and capacity is an issue and a risk, which is also being flagged. And you'll see in more detailed reporting on this that mitigation plans and support and improvement plans for those actions are being monitored and have delivered through the CAM model, which you'll see through your respective groups. So there's a real mix, I suppose, of external and internal factors that are affecting sort of the amber rag rating, which I think corporately and kind of strategically, the organisation must continue to kind of pay significant leadership attention to. And I know that through kind of ongoing conversations at CAF and through the CAM model, those conversations will take place. The red rag rated items are pulled out in the report for your attention as well, particularly on the corporate plan. They're listed on paragraph 4.4, and they also link in many ways to either challenges that we face with kind of wider system issues when it comes to working in partnership with our police partners with regards to youth safety, financial issues when it comes to our ability to manage the high needs block and funding pressures for young people, and need to reallocate investment and priority around our culture strategy, our culture programme when it comes to the cultural passport, culture strategy commitment. So you'll see that sort of theme run through the red rag rated items. I think you can see from the narrative that there are substantial improvement plans and kind of mitigation plans for those items specifically. And I'm sure if we can again, there'll be really meaningful conversations about those red rated items where we can into amber and green items. The other part of the report importantly takes us through performance, and that's summarised under paragraph 5.1 and subsequent paragraphs. And we have called out some major exceptions, which might be worthwhile just quickly running through for Cabinet's attention. Repairs is one of our key improvement areas. It always is, and it's an area that I know we're working very closely across the council with Darren Levy and the repair service to develop a kind of holistic improvement plan around that. You'll see some of the detail of the improvement plan that sits there, and on a weekly and almost daily basis, there are actions that are being implemented to try and incrementally improve the resident experience around repairs, ranging from how we keep residents updated, how we better manage job allocation and diagnosis. And you'll start to see some of those improvements come through in future reports. Recycling and fly tipping also feature as kind of key exceptions, although fly tipping is held at sort of some of the kind of amber rag rated items at the moment. In fly tipping, which is one of our major improvement priorities, our overall target is to achieve a 50% reduction in reported fly tips over the course of the administration. To date, I believe we're sitting at about 24% reduction on an annual basis, which is a good start. There's substantial council resources and cross-organisational support going into an improvement programme around fly tipping, which I think colleagues and Cabinet hopefully recognise on the back of conversations that have been held in between Cabinet meetings, particularly around expanding the scope of the fly tipping service, encouraging greater kind of breadth for clear all policy on land, and also ensuring that we're developing a data and tasking-led approach to fly tipping, which the service is rapidly mobilising at the moment. So I'm confident that by the next time we bring a report back to Cabinet on that particular indicator, there'll be some really meaningful, impactful progress made on that one. The other kind of performance indicators that I think are worth pausing on, particularly our new work outcome indicator around supporting residents in employment, incremental improvement, but still really challenging conditions and circumstances to operate within. And I know the service is reviewing its kind of fundamental approach and offer to try and respond to those national and local economic conditions that we're working through. Child health as well is a kind of key indicator, and there's been a really significant service review on that particular area, which I know Cabinet colleagues have received an update on separately. A lot of the improvement that will follow from that improvement plan and review will hopefully start to have an impact on the outcomes that are being measured there. And then a kind of final note, which I think I've mentioned before, but really important to kind of solidify the work on the HCPs, which is captured under 5.6, which was one of our really important improvement priorities over the previous year. We're seeing really sustained performance there around timeliness of assessment, and the focus now is really importantly going to shift on to ensuring we're getting the right quality of assessment measured and monitored and delivered to residents, families and carers, because we know that's what they really deserve and expect from the service. And I know Vic and colleagues in the SEND service are actively managing that as a key priority. I'll quickly run through, just before I close, the work that's happening on the resident survey. The field work on that is just about to conclude. It's a really important baselining and evidence gathering exercise for us to understand not only how we're performing, but what our residents are perceiving around the borough and what that means for outcomes. In the report, we highlight that the plan for that is to bring that back, or high-level findings from that survey, back to Cabinet in the next quarterly report. And I'm sure there'll be really good opportunity in Cabinet to have a rich discussion about what that's telling us about how effectively we're shaping outcomes. So I'll pause there. That's it.
Just in sum and in broad terms, taking into account obviously the household survey current is being mobilised around. When you reflect back on the previous performance reports that you looked at and reviewed from the May 2018 point, be it you weren't here in May 2018, and then contrast that with what you discovered when you joined the council, alongside including some of the methodological limitations of how surveys were being conducted in the past, and if you can explain that. But where we are now, what's your general process in terms of the journey we've been and what, you know, the trajectory?
I'll try and be brief. One of my initial reflections, looking over that period for the council when it comes to performance and outcomes monitoring, is corporately, I don't believe the organisation paid as much attention to performance monitoring and outcomes at a sort of senior leadership level as it does now. And the regularity with which these reports come to Cabinet, the regularity with which performance reports are discussed at CMT and CAF, and the linking of internal performance to outcomes through the survey is something that has clearly been added to the corporate governance approach. And I think there have been some real benefits to that corporately. There are meaningful improvements in a range of different service areas when it comes to, for example, children's improvement and Ofsted, which I think is a really important area of improvement, housing service delivery, the way in which we're responding to the SEND improvement challenges, continued improvement in adult social care, the attention that the administration and the organisation is paying to this is reaping dividends. Household surveys in terms of outcomes and what that's meant in terms of change over the last 4 to 5 years. The previous survey and the approach to the survey was primarily sort of undertaken in an abstract way. So it was the kind of survey that was undertaken with households, similar number of households that, and we now, in fact, we're expanding the number of households that we're surveying to make it even more robust. That kind of research really was sort of once a year checking on how residents are feeling. And a lot of the benchmarking and baselining through those surveys was undertaken obviously prior to COVID, prior to a lot of the kind of significant socioeconomic challenges that residents have faced since 2019, 2021. So drawing direct comparisons on some of the outcomes has to be viewed in that context. I do think that what the survey has shown us in areas of positive improvement are perceptions of participation, perceptions of the quality of green space, particularly are shown to be kind of really importantly improved. Perceptions of community connectiveness and cohesion have really improved since previous surveys. However, there have been some downturns, and I think these are linked to national and regional issues as well, particularly around general trust in government and general satisfaction with public services. And in Newham, we know that's a real challenge that the survey highlights to us as well. It's not something that we're uniquely used to. I think it's really promising organisationally to see that corporately and through sort of political leadership, real attention is being paid to those areas where the survey is highlighting a need for kind of improved allocation of resources and organisational approach. The survey isn't being treated as a research exercise that you come back to once a year just to understand what's changing. The organisation is actively using this information to drive improvement plans. And I can vouch for conversations that I'm having with colleagues at CMT and at CAF and PAN, that this information is genuinely informing policy conversations and improvement plans. Having not been here previously, I can't comment on whether that was happening previously, but it certainly is something that I can say is happening as part of this survey. But just at a high level, hopefully that's a kind of helpful thing to say. And the last thing I'll say is, it is reassuring that the organisation is continuing to promote and prioritise that really important research activity despite constrained resources. It's a really easy thing to kind of deprioritise when you've got a significant amount of funding challenges to respond to. However, it's the only thing that really gives us a kind of holistic insight into what our residents are thinking. It's really comprehensive. We're also expanding the number of households that we're surveying and trying to make that as a holistic approach as possible. Not many local authorities invest in the sort of scale of research and engagement with residents that Newham does, particularly through surveys, but also through things like our community assemblies and citizen assembly programmes. I think that's something to be commended and certainly gives us a lot of assets and information. So that's a helpful sort of bit of reflection. That's
Thank you very much. Right, I'm going to be opening up questions, comments, but also specifically inviting cabinet members to provide some commentary to their specific areas. So who should I start with? Okay, Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks very much. So in terms of the indicator that's highlighted on page 38 at paragraph 5.6, second bullet point down, it is a neat reflection on this meeting so far that this one measures the percentage of infants who turned 30 days in the quarter who received a face-to-face new birth visit within 14 days of birth. That was below our target of 94. But if we look at the dashboard on the relevant page 70, I got it ready, 73, the performance that we have benchmarked is rightly, in my opinion, at a high level compared with at 94%. That is higher than the English average of 82.6 and the London average of 87.8. There's clearly room for improvement, and that is within, as I think James has already said, the context of 0 to 19 health reviews. But it's another example of how we set higher targets, and then we are making certain that the review of that particular service will deliver that important face-to-face visit for those new birth visits that we've talked about earlier on in the maternity report. Because it is also, and if I can just take away, Chair, into the demographic analysis, I hope we can, given the resources and how many questionnaires can you ever do in a very diverse population, but particularly in terms of the Black African women and their presentation to maternity services. But sort of linking that indicator, I think we set an ambitious target. That's even more incumbent on us within our own services or elsewhere to see what the effect is on the demographic that we are serving in our residents. Thank you. That was the only one on that one.
Right, anything you want to add to that, just in terms of background?
Yeah, I think
performance transformation perspective.
Yeah, I think that really helpful comments, and particularly agree with the important link that we're making, not only is kind of measuring our trend as we move through sort of years of delivering corporate plan, but also importantly benchmarking ourselves against others. And in many cases, I think Newham sets high ambitious targets. I think that's unapologetically done, and kind of demonstrates kind of corporate commitment to not only kind of delivering kind of minimum standards, but also delivering an excellent service to residents. And in some cases, that makes life really challenging for us organisations. We evaluate ourselves, fairly and honestly against the targets that we set. But I do think when kind of you are then reporting and kind of delivery against target, you're really confident as an organisation to say Newham isn't sort of setting itself just moderate incremental improvement. It's setting itself kind of almost stretch targets in lofty areas that can demonstrate impact. I think your observations about linking the indicators together starts to tell a story about where the kind of system issues and the organisation improvement issues that join between services and our partnership are really important points to make, and actually we can do more in the report to help draw those sorts of conclusions out. So yeah, just sort of each in agreement if that's all right.
Yeah, okay, fine. I'm gonna move on to Shabs.
Yeah, I think really good report, and on repairs and maintenance, we are really working hard to get it right. And since we've moved the call centre back into that service, you should see a real upturn in first-time fixes and reporting as well, because I think we had quite a high number of first-time calls getting through now. So we are really working hard to resolve the service. But I think the other thing is that the investment that we're currently putting into in the works programs, called next programs, that will be rolling out early this year, and that should make a big difference, because I think, you know, the underinvestment in our current stock and asset management strategies, damp and mould, all the stuff that we're doing around those areas could have a significant upturn in trying to get not only first time fixes right, but actually improving the lives of residents in our properties as well. So we are working really hard around that, and I think once we get the investment coming in to the works program, that could drive up a lot of the performance indicators in those reports.
The only thing I'd add to that, if that's okay, is the data is showing that's true.
Yeah.
And Housing Repairs Call Centre is now our highest performing frontline call centre in the organisation. High levels of timely answering of calls, and just wanted to kind of add that the data is completely backing up that position.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to be moving over to Emma. Is there anything with regards to the crime and community safety area, community safety crime, that you wanted to highlight? Okay, fine. Is there anything worth talking about on that?
Yeah, I think
Community safety, quite a big issue, and women's safety.
Yeah, I think a few things just to pick out, and I think these will be the areas of interest when we get to the next report on the resident survey. But perception of crime, if you look at the resident survey benchmark, that is a continuing challenge, as I describe it in Newham, and linking that to some of the evidence around presentations of violent crime, serious crime. Perhaps there is disconnects between what we're kind of seeing reported through police partnership and through action that's being taken in partnership with the police, which I think it's fair to say is sort of happening and emerging at the moment, but not fully established. Our residents report significant concerns around perception of crime, and that's more acutely something felt by residents with disabilities and women. And a significant part of the corporate plan seeks to take action to address that through things like women's safety audits, safety action plans, and wider community safety strategies that are being developed with the community safety partnership and safety partnership. One of our key other kind of indicators, which is more about young people, is around our benchmarking of youth violence and entries into the justice system, which we do benchmark wholly against our London neighbours, and we know there's a significant program of work across the parenting board and youth safety boards to develop action plans around that. So it is an active area of sort of challenge, and I think the December report will be a really important moment to kind of reflect on that through outcomes.
Before I bring in any general comments, we'll go around to cabinet members and get their responses, commentary on their portfolios. James, on the performance report, anything that you wanted to draw out as it pertains to the environment?
Not at this point.
Oh, okay.
I guess the couple of things that I just maybe want to just flag is, obviously we know where we are at in regards to temporary accommodation, not just here in the borough, but London-wide and nationwide. And I think there are some points on this document that talks good news, but there also are quite a lot that makes you concerned. But I do think it would be remiss of me not to talk about, actually, this is not just a Newham issue, this is a national issue. And until something happens around government funding into the areas around temporary accommodation and the cost of living, this is an issue we're going to continuously be facing. But I do just want to talk to, in cabinet today, there are some papers that come into cabinet that are talking about things that we are going to do and are trying to do to alleviate some of the pressure that we have within temporary accommodation. But I do think that there is a story to tell of where we are at, where we're going and how we're getting there. And, you know, when we look at this whole report as a one council approach, there are many things happening in different spaces, different directorates, different portfolios that are impactful on the areas of temporary accommodation. So that, for instance, within adults and health, there are things happening in that space around early intervention that are then impacting in our area in regards to better outcomes for residents. We're not perfect, we're not there yet, but we're working extremely hard in order to deal with the issues that we're currently facing as a directorate. but we're not complacent. And I think, you know, I don't want to sit here and talk as if, you know, we're great, but we're not, because it's not our issue. It's a national issue, and we have to respond. We have a lot of people presenting in temporary accommodation, which is very concerning. And what we're trying to do is ensure that we provide a quality service in order so that every resident is approached in a fair and transparent way in order to get the services that they receive. So just in regard to that, but there are many other things within this report that we need to be proud of. So for instance, private rented sector licensing, we are one of the best. We are the best in that area. And in actual fact, we have just relaunched the private sector licensing just in June, and that is starting to roll out now. So what's to come in that space is going to be amazing. And also that of the housing allocations policy that has was brought in last year, was renewed last year by Councillor Mohammed, and there will be coming a paper soon in regards to what that looks like a year on. So yes, a lot's happening within my part of the directorate, but we're not being complacent and we're not falling on our laurels. We're doing what we need to do for the people of Newham.
Thank you very much. And
Yeah, thank you. Do we have a chance to come back for general comments?
yeah,
Right, fine. So just, and it's not necessarily my portfolio, but Councillor Garfield is not able to be here today. So James has already highlighted the issue we have with young people coming into the justice system. We have a really robust plan, and I think James is absolutely right. We will see a difference in our next reporting. So and we're starting to look very, very closely at early intervention and prevention. So, you know, this is a moving feast, really. But what I wanted to highlight, and I'm not actually sure that so when we talk about exclusions from school, so we're talking about permanent exclusions, and 36 is quite low, but it's actually 36 more than we should be having anyway. But I think that one of the areas that how schools get around this is actually temporary, like suspensions and off-rolling. And I think that has almost more of an effect on our children and young people in this borough. And at some point, I think it would be really useful to have a look at temporary suspensions. So I know in a school in my ward, within a period of 3 months, there was 37 temporary suspensions. These aren't young people who will be well looked after at home during their 2 or 3 days. They come from dysfunctional families in the main, and so they will be wandering around. And so the effect on the community from those temporary suspensions, I think, is greater than those full-time exclusions. So it may be that in the coming period, we may want to tweak that a bit to look at those temporary
I think
exclusions.
that's a really, really important point. And just to assure everyone, outcome-based performance frameworks generally are iterative documents, albeit the substance of the law remains intact. Otherwise, you just dilute based on which you can make. But as for the point that you've now you've raised, they're sufficiently significant to be included over a recalibration of the existing one, because the existing one's important.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think in the context of exclusions, we're in the hot 5 or 10 very permanent exclusions. And then when you begin to examine issues of disproportionality and then triangulate that data with regards to youth safety and then impact around children in consequences and impact around children in need and children in care practice,
yes,
and early intervention and the preventative upstream stuff, it all begins to.
And then also if you add into that, the number of young people entering the justice system for the first time, there has to be a correlation that and with children
I
with
think
a
there's,
disability as well. You know, I would be interested to know how many of those permanent exclusions and also the temporary the suspensions actually involve children with special education needs and disabilities. Because I bet you there's a very high proportion. And also people of colour. I just think that we.
and I think it just
Yeah.
also points to issues around the institutional environment
Yeah.
of those schools. I mean, to have that number of temporary exclusions in a short defined period of time raises some really serious questions.
Absolutely.
And then how the different service areas,
And the impact.
teams work, but then the health implications around actually what's happening for that family.
Yeah,
And
but
so-
also the fact that schools don't have to necessarily report temporary suspensions, and that's how they get around it.
Yeah, on Sunday, there was a really powerful Radio 4 programme about exclusion. Davis Junior's mother was one of the interviewees, but also young people. And you're getting situations, it was really powerful, so I very much encourage everyone to listen to it. On BBC Sounds. But some of the testimonies of the young children impacted and hearing the kids as young as 6 find themselves temporarily excluded, and then the interface between exclusions and special educational needs.
Yes. And you'll probably find that actually those 36 are probably concentrated on possibly a couple of schools rather than.
Yeah,
So it's
okay.
That's all really helpful feedback.
Thank you, James.
Thank you very much. Right now, I'm going to open up to some general questions. I've got Anne Easter, Sarah, and then I've got Carleen, but I'm going to take Carleen before Sarah because you've just.
Yes. Thank you.
I'm going to, on behalf of my colleague, councillor Mattain, who isn't here today, I was going to say about how.
I'm so sorry. That's my mistake.
I didn't realise we were doing it in new number. First of all, to say it's so important that we invite our residents to say how they feel, and it's really good the work we're doing there, particularly when, as somebody who came to my surgery on Saturday said, they actually see the results of it. That makes a huge difference, encourages them. And the other thing that I take great encouragement from is the people-powered places, where this year we've had more people than ever coming forward to take part. And it's a win-win-win all the way round. They improve their environment, they make friends, they have volunteering opportunities, they develop communication and confidence skills. Yes, of course, some projects don't work. We realise that, but then we say, what can we learn from that? And how do we do better next time? So I think there's been a real excitement at the meetings that I've attended where people have been really keen to get together and do something. And it's such a good movement. Thank you.
Right.
Thank you, Chair. There was a couple of things I wanted to pick up on in regards to the conversations around exclusion, but I do just want to pick up on something before that. So any organisation will think always about early intervention before you think about prevention or cure. And I do just want to draw our minds to page 101 of our document, where it talks about our early help intervention and that's what's happening within the area. And it's currently at 94.4%. And I just think there is something about that we need not to gloss over. It's really important that we have a good quality early intervention framework within our organisations, because early intervention changes people's lives. at the very beginning, which then goes to the conversations we were just having regarding exclusions, that, you know, it will make all that more difference to a young person and a family's life, and actually the wider community, if we get in early. And I think there's something we need to not just forget about in what it is that this data is saying to us. Can we do better? Of course we can. We always want to strive to 100%. But people's circumstances, people's situations, what they're currently going through, they may not be able to access right now, but they can do later. So I just didn't want us to gloss over actually some of the amazing work that's happening in this space. You know, I would go and echo all that Sarah spoke about and the Mayor spoke about in regards to the permanent exclusions, and actually all the other factors that are maybe having something to do with that. However, I do just want to draw our attention to 2018 to 2019, we had 47 permanent exclusions. And I can say to you, and I know that Sarah could also attest to this, you wouldn't really know what those exclusions are about. I do think we need to think about actually, yes, there has been a little bit of an uplift since 2020 to 2021. And there are many reasons why that's happened. We are still down compared to 2018 and 2019. And I do think that we need to not be complacent with what's going on, but the fact that we are asking these questions in the spaces we need to ask these questions is really important. I would just want to encourage that, you know, the exclusion pathway is completely different to what it was 2 years ago. And those difficult conversations are being had, and that no tolerance that we as a local authority are saying, well, actually, permanent exclusion has to be the last resort, not the first resort, the last resort. But there is a lot to be said about illegal exclusions, about Johnny can't come to class today because of X, Y, and Z. Yeah. It's a child's right to have an education, a quality education, no matter what their needs are. I think that we do need to just give a little bit of praise, even though, you know, it's not what we want it to say. No, it says something completely different to when we first came in as an administration. And I think that's really important. And then there was another thing I picked up, if you don't mind, Chair, regarding oh God, where is it? Sorry. It was on pages. I know there are loads of pages. It was hate crime. And the figures, okay, yes, compared to June of 2022, we have gone up slightly. But if you look at March of 2023, 902 offences that were reported, there is a complete difference between March and June. So that the work that has been put forward through the various different strategies that we have put in place in the borough, but also that partnership working with our partners, the Metropolitan Police, the Justice Service, our partner organisations, Adults and Health, Children's, all that really good intensive pieces of work that happens within our local authority and the surrounding areas really makes a difference to people's lives. And I'm not saying that, you know, we're all, you know, we should be forgetting that there's a problem. What I can see as a local authority, we are taken seriously. So I do think we need to just give a little bit of credit where credit is due for the hard work of the elected members in the space and also the officers and services to try and deal with the issues that we are currently facing as a local authority, which a lot of London boroughs are facing also. That was it. I don't know if that was a question.
Okay, no, that's fine. I was also gonna just flag, given the range of conversations that we've had, and largely so that we don't forget on the one council approach dimension of this, and the close working between education, children, and then all the other service areas. The COVID-19 recovery and education, actually the emerging evidence points to really an absolute uptick of exclusions, both temporary and permanent, since pre-COVID-19 levels. My understanding is that it's exceeded pre-COVID-19 level. So it's something that we need to also be diligent on. shacks. And
Whoa.
And
So general comments, one, I think it would be really useful somewhere on our amazing website, perhaps. If we have an explanation about actually what the household survey is, how people are selected, etc. Because I think for the benefit of any public listening, they'll think a household survey, do they just pick their friends? No, we don't. But do you know what I mean? I just think it would be just a short explanation about what it is. Second, since this administration came in 2018, the level of awareness around how useful data is has become almost second nature even to people like me. I know the mayor was always on about data and stuff, and I did sort of listen, but you know what I mean? It has now, really because of our having accountability meetings, so we're looking at data, and it gives us the opportunity.
I'm just smiling.
No.
Anyone, the Ruiz.
But we now have the opportunity to actually concentrate and understand it. I don't think it was the fact that we didn't care. It was the fact that it was just nothing to us, you know, just pages and pages of numbers that meant nothing. So now that we are able to drill down to it, I think is really,
Just smiling.
no, it's very good. Okay. But also picking up, you know, just on the exclusions, we've even got 35 and 23 permanent exclusions during that COVID period when kids weren't even at school, or rarely. So you just think, well, hang on a minute, what's happening there? So yes, but I have learned to love these data things.
I'm going to take two final comments because I'm looking at the time.
It must be a tea break time.
At the monitoring officer.
Yeah.
And he's clearly very fascinated and deeply interested in the minutiae of performance reports.
He's sort
So he should
of listening to.
Not listening to, yeah.
sort of apologies, I didn't come to you.
He's sat in the wrong place, isn't he? Do you know this?
No, he's down.
Yeah. I think my main comment is about resident experience. I think, you know, we are getting it right. And I think, you know, when you look at housing services, the two housing hubs that we opened up in Stratford and Cambridgetown, it's about opening our services, making services, council service more accessible. And I think the great work that we've been doing in those hubs and the number of residents at those services, face-to-face services are really, really great. But I think that, you know, the main thing is we've got to look at ourselves as an administration. We're facing deepest cuts. We ain't had no government funding for over 13 years.
Yeah.
And we're still delivering these great services. If you even look at things like damp and mould, set up a damp and mould task.
Don't talk about that.
And those inquiries, how would the investment has been going into damp and mould. So it's the way that residents really are accessing services. You know, we're in the process of a rebuild. We've been rebuilding this council since 2018. And, you know, it's about rebuilding tenants associations, accessibility for our residents and how they use the council and making sure that the council there is always serving them at their time of need. And I think that's what we've got to really talk about and the great work we've done. And also it's about leadership as well. And I think, you know, I always see the haters, but the haters never see the good work that leadership does in this borough, and I think we've got to praise it sometimes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Neil.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. It's in the context of what I think my colleague Sarah Ruiz was alluding to, that information plus structure equals data. And the data on domestic violence, I'm picking on this one because it's a subject of a report coming to us today. It's outlined on page 90. The performance to date has been, you know, in a variable trend, but we must remember that in the year end 21 to 22, and I know that this was a question raised informally yesterday by the relevant chair of health and scrutiny, who's been attending this. In the year end, Newham ranked second out of the 32 London boroughs based on crime volume in terms of domestic violence. And I think it is important that, you know, I think we've alluded to partnership working with the Met Police. It's also about the perception of the services provided by that particular organisation, but it's also about how we work together. And I think, yes, if we've got a cumulative target that is really strong, as I think James alluded to, it does then keep us in a stronger position to argue with our partners, what are they doing, if as long as we're aware of what the data is telling us and how we might develop services, not just in adults and health, but across the directorates, particularly effective on children and children in care, or the very vulnerable women and others that we'll be talking about within the context of, so we say, LGBT communities, etc. And it is about that domestic violence. So often it's been very high. I don't know what the figure is now, but it was really awful figures. About once every minute or something, a woman was attacked within her own home in the UK. And I think they're the sort of really difficult issues that this council is addressing with its partnership working, but the use of data is so crucial to that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then Zulfikar.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Zulfikar Ali, Cabinet Lead for Finance and Resources. I think my colleagues have said quite a lot in terms of the work that's been done excellently, and clearly, you know, this is direction of travel. We are in the first quarter and there's more to come, and there are challenges. I mean, you know, performance is relatively good in most areas, but there are some areas which we do need to look at and reflect what more can be done. But we have lived with historic government cuts. 2/3 of funding is from government, and unfortunately we haven't had adequate funding. But despite that, we have been working very hard, and I'm grateful to all cabinet leads as well as the officers for their excellent work. And yes, we've got stretching targets, and I think there's no harm in having stretch targets. Otherwise, we become too complacent if we just have a 5% increase or 2% increase every year. We do need to stretch ourselves. We do need to look at how best we move things forward a different way. Just a few comments about the actual data. And I think it's good to see that we have some comparative analysis. Yes, we have a new survey, but we need to see where do we sit in with the rest of London, for example, or, you know, boroughs of similar demographic. That will give us comparison, because when residents see that, they'll think, well, we're not too bad, actually, we're better than X or Y. So we need to get that right. And secondly, where there are issues with respect to our own surveys, if you look at some of the data with respect to satisfaction and sense of belonging, you know, we do need to evaluate that in a way, perhaps in future surveys, so that we get true reflection of public opinion, because I'm not sure how that surveys were worded and how that compares with the rest of the London. And the third point is about there's a number of not applicable KPIs. To me, if the KPIs are KPIs, they need to be measurable. Yeah. Therefore, we need to find a way to define those somehow. So because that's, you know, if you have 35 KPIs built in Newham, 16 of them are not measurable. And that doesn't say a lot to us. So I think we do need to find a way to see how best we can describe those and see some outcomes. Yeah. That's all, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And any response?
Yeah, I think it really could go short of the points made about the report. I won't go into responding to all. I think there were some really helpful suggestions and ideas about how to better visualise and share information around resident survey, kind of link some of the work we're doing around people power place, for example, people power places, for example, but the work we're doing to measure it, and outcomes around resident satisfaction. Early help and prevention is a theme, and I think that's an area where future iterations of the performance framework will start to give us more insight, whether that's surrounding exclusions, temporary exclusions, the impact of early health assessment. That's a really helpful theme for us to kind of bear in mind as we look at future measures that we want to kind of develop. And on the final point about actually having outcomes as targets, definitely something we can work through with Cabinet and through the Cabinet accountability model. But the sort of target that sort of indicator that we find quite challenging to set a target, or just give an example, would be domestic violence, for example. So in some instances, low is good because you feel like you're on top of managing offences and you're responding to resident needs and police are intervening quickly. But it also might represent an issue because of fear. And it's complex indicators that we're trying to measure, and outcomes are challenging. And I don't think they are I don't think it's impossible to set targets, but it needs to be done in a really considered way. I think it'd be good for us to work that through, perhaps as a kind of collective coordinates cabinet as Alfie and bring that back. So, yeah, all very good point. Helpful for us to take forward.
Okay, fine, thank you very much. I just wanted some final. Okay.
It's your turn.
Questions, just for clarification and for the purposes of bringing it out in this public forum. The report sets out 131 corporate delivery plan commitments, and then in parallel, 35 outcomes, references 35 outcomes, and then 35 key performance indicators. Could you just explain the aggregate impact of that as it relates to us measuring progress around the Building a Fairer New Manifesto? Because the Building a Fairer New Manifesto is more than 131 corporate delivery plan commitments.
Yes.
And plus 35 plus 35. So could you just explain, and maybe for future reports, quarterly reports, we need to have a explainer sheet that provides the clarity?
Yeah.
Would you advise?
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. So the 131 corporate plan commitments relate to the translation of the manifesto commitments into the corporate plan. There is a priority that isn't represented in the cover sheet, which is priority 8, campaigning council. And the reason why that's not presented is because it's meant to be sort of embedded into everything we do. It's supporting delivery of all of the other priorities and helping us achieve impact. But I do think for next quarter's report, it might be useful to include a bit more of a deep dive into how that piece of work and that priority is going, and to show that cross-reference between the manifesto and the corporate plan, just as a kind of explainer to understand what the difference are.
And so are you saying that the 131 plus 35 plus 35 represents the 7 missions of Building a Fairer New in its totality?
Yeah.
And there, but minus the campaigning, but that's something we'll pick up, because I do think it needs to be evaluated. Not least the ongoing demand on part of the administration, because we've been saying since 2018 we're a campaigning council, and the amount of money that's allocated to that piece of work, but what the some outcome of that is debatable. I.e., what campaigns have we pursued consistently, and which campaign have we won? And whether or not, in the context of campaigning, you can actually ever win anything, but that's a different debate. And then the final thing I wanted to ask is, of the commitments with risk that there's 46 corporate plan commitments. Right, sorry, let me start again. 120 commitments on track, of which 46 have mitigable risks and 74 don't have any risks. How assured are you of those 74 that there's no risks at all?
My overall view would be that there's a high level of confidence on those items that things are on track without too much challenge. However, one thing that might be useful for us to do corporately as a kind of assurance exercise in the next quarter would be to do a full review of all of the commitments for each quarter. I think we automatically revert to looking at the ambers and reds and focus on the kind of problems that are presented through highlight reporting. And I think we don't have something systematically built into our structure to make sure we do a holistic review at least once every 6 months or so, or 3 months, just to make sure that everything that is green is totally on track. The other thing which I think would be useful to perhaps bring back to cabinet is an evidence point around how often timescales are being asked to be moved for commitments, because that might be a hidden risk factor.
Yeah, I mean, if you're constantly requesting a deadline to be shifted around commitment priority, a commitment deliverable, then that in and of itself actually screams risk to me.
Yeah,
Certainly not being, is it?
giving you a global view of that, I don't,
Yeah.
I think that's done through CAM, through individual,
Yeah.
and not globally, so I think it's a valid question about the Greens.
Okay, so colleagues will pick that up, but in the period to the next publication and provide a section related to that, if that's if that's okay. And I trust that will be helpful.
Yes, it will be helpful.
Right, okay, but also, the questions that I'm asking, we're asking, more questions that are going to be rightly asked by scrutiny. And I think in some instances, we need to be less gung-ho, whoopty-woo in our language and more, this is a qualified, is it qualified, is it not? And we're tentatively embracing. Otherwise, we're misrepresenting, an accurate picture, not to, have I just said something bad? No? Okay, thank you. I'm not suggesting anyone who's watching publicly that we're lying, but
Nobody will.
I want for us to be truthful and honest and transparent, and I want that qualification to be captured in the wording of reports. If that makes sense. Yeah, optimism.
Wearing a break
and
for Elmer.
often thrown at us by
Ask lots of questions.
colleagues. So, okay, so we're now going to move on to, one final question, I'm so sorry, of the 5 that are at risk, is
Yeah.
it primarily financial reasons?
I'd say for about half of them, yes. For the other half, I think it's a mixture of financial pressure and a need to mobilise internal resources more effectively.
Okay, what are the 5?
They're contained under paragraph 4.4. Commitment 35 is one of them, which is the investment in children's play. That was initially a resource issue, but that's been, I believe, resolved through a bid through the programme.
Good.
The current challenge is mobilising the council resource, and it's a specialist resource that's been commissioned, bringing together SEN, education, children to work on that. But that's a mixture, that one. Youth safety is more partnership and system-wide issue. That's another commitment where there's significant work at the youth safety board, but the pace hasn't been what we've expected.
Tell me about it.
Original.
Don't look at me.
No, I'm not looking at you, I'm just looking to reassure you that I'm on it.
Yeah,
Okay, everyone, I'm on
we
it.
should all be on it.
And then the other commitments relate to high need fund, schools high need funding, which is a resources challenge, a national one, but particularly prominent numerous plans, and the cultural passport and culture strategy, which are again linked to kind of important allocation decisions made in the budget around culture strategy investment, but also now the need to mobilise quickly around the borough culture bid and culture strategy programme that's emerging. So those are kind of a mixture, if that's helpful.
Okay, so a number in one fact, a lot of them all related to the majority of our population. They are, no, they're not the majority. Under 24 aren't majority yet.
No.
They will be. What's the trajectory about under 24-year-olds being majority? We keep on saying it's 10, 15 years.
I think it might be a slight shift.
Now,
Yeah.
10 to 15 years,
Census.
2018, yeah,
Median age is 32.
right, okay. Got to get cracking by children and young people. Okay, right, sorry, I don't mean to be facetious, and sad about all of you about your service area.
Well, I can always say something, but on the basis that we've been going for an hour and a half, it's still on paper 1. I think I'll spare it.
Recommendations, these are set out in the report and its appendices. Cabinet is recommended to 1, note and consider the progress as at Q1 2023-2024 in the delivery of the building a fairer Newham strategy and the corporate delivery plan as set out in this report and appendix 1 and 2. Note the position at Q1 2023-24 for building a fairer Newham key performance indicators set out in section 5 of this report and appendix 1 and 2. 3, agree the corporate delivery plan change request for 2023-24 in paragraph 4.5. incorporating a new commitment in respect of addressing damp and mold in council housing. So perhaps that's the press release peg that we need to be highlighting over the stuff that I'm just trying to decipher in the draft, maybe. Okay, cool. I found my story.
We need to agree.
Do we agree?
Agreed.
Colleagues, we're going to pause for a 15-minute break and please go and get some fresh air because it's
pay frame.
Good.
Well, it's the equal pay bill.
Oh, what, for all the staff?
0.75 billion.
Female, yeah. I don't know what they've done wrong, but whatever it is. The question for all local government, what's happening there? Is that something that applies to other?
Yeah, we just haven't got to.
From there, just there are lots of others and.
Issue to section 1.
Yeah, I mean.
I remember thinking.
I don't know, I mean.
I was going to
Other one bites dust. Yeah, they did it underpay the essentially their school compared to the male street cleaners by £750 million for 20-30 years. So I don't. Didn't they launched against it, which is why they're.
I just thought, then I thought, oh, wait a minute.
So I have a.
760 billion equal pay costs.
Yeah.
I just rounded it to a billion, but what's 10 million between you and
Yes. I found it interesting. And,
Yeah, you know, we had
right here.
If you do have a kind of criticism, you couch it, they could make
Yes,
that's an area to work on. Fine, so I can't give you kind of suggestions.
Of course, that's absolutely right.
You know what I mean?
I just thought. Really upset about, and then I had a stepping stone.
But that's now.
What did you put down?
It's quite muggy. Yeah. No, two things that I thought of. First of all, wish I'd known what I'd done. I had it done straight. I thought, yeah, doing. There we go. I was here for a while. We should. And be senior person. Maybe you don't want, you know.
Welcome back, everyone, and we're reconvening today's meeting of Cabinet on Tuesday, 5th of September, and welcome back to members of the public who may be watching this meeting of Cabinet via the council YouTube. We are now jumping on to the list agenda item 6, which is agreeing the outline business case for the future of East London's waste treatment document. I will call over to Councillor James Asser and bringing in as appropriate Deputy Member Miraj Patel. Over to you, James.
Thank you. Something in a sense of a technical report, in a way, one of the most important ones will pass, because this sets the ball rolling for the next 4 years in preparation for the change of our waste contract, which I think people are aware, or for anyone watching the recording back, has been a contract in place since 2002. It expires in 2027. Would have originally been prepared in the late 1990s. So it's had a long process in terms of the impact it has on the borough. It's business case for the East London Waste Authority, which we are a member along with Barking and Dagenham, Redbridge and Havering. And this will be the replacement of that contract and the beginning of the process of building the business case. Now, this report has to be passed by both the East London Waste Authority Board and the 4 constituent councils, which is why it's with Cabinet today. We've tried, as part of this process, to learn the lessons of the existing contract, which was a 25-year one, and look at how we can change that and make sure we've got more flexibility. It's also one we're looking particularly around increasing recycling. At the time the existing contract was in place, recycling was a very different position, very much in its early stages, and the contract we have was very much about ending landfill, which it successfully did, but we need a new approach because the world has moved on, and obviously everyone is very keen to improve our recycling and circular economy and reduce emissions. So this will all be fitted into this. So the outline business case is a very early stage document, will be followed by more detailed work to prepare the procurement document. The paper outlines review done on a wide range of options, and it weighs up the options against the objectives agreed in the joint strategy for East London's resources and waste, which we agreed at Cabinet in January 2022. The recommendations in it are to support the outline business case, but just to highlight as well, there is also a small parcel of land that the borough owns by Jenkins Lane, which everyone will know is our main recycling and refuse site. That site, I think people assume is new, and it's also used by Barking and Dagenham. It's operated by the East London Waste Authority, and the contractor Renewy runs it. But we own a small parcel of land alongside it, which this will open up the potential to be joined onto that, so that we've got the flexibility to develop whatever new facilities we may need as part of the ongoing contract. So that, I hope, is a clear overview for everyone.
Okay, fine. Did you want Miraj to, is it Miraj or is it, yeah, did you want to say anything, Miraj?
I think Councillor Asser summarised it quite well, I think.
Okay.
Glad.
Are there any questions, colleagues? Councillor John Whitworth, Councillor Carney Parkway.
Thank you. Councillor John Whitworth, Deputy Cabinet Member for Planning, Development, Climate Change and air quality.
Can you remember the order?
Yes, well, you know, when the previous contract was negotiated, I know that climate emergency was not very high on the agenda, unfortunately. It's very much in our minds now. I just wondered how you thought the new contract would help us improve our means of tackling climate change, you know, from the point of view of waste management.
I mean, I think we're too early a stage to kind of give details on that, but certainly minimising emissions as part of our climate action plan is something that is going to be considered. And obviously it's an issue for councils because we've all got commitments in terms of meeting the climate emergency. As I said, the original one was very much about moving away from landfill, which is great in its own instance, but we do need a kind of wider policy on this one, as well as increasing recycling. So that is definitely going to be part of it. I think as we go on, we'll be able to highlight what we're doing. One of the things we've done is set up a subcommittee of the Elder Board, which is looking at the procurement, so we can drill down into the detail of that. And our officers are doing similar things. So that is very much flagged as thing we want to achieve out of that. So we're at this early stage, we learn another bit, and as we move into the procurement, how the contractor and the various contracts deliver that will be something we talk about. And no doubt this will again come, there will be other papers that will have to come back to cabinet, and it will certainly go to scrutiny. And I would hope we were able to pick that up as a kind of rolling programme, an ongoing question.
I mean, there are a lot of different aspects, in fact.
Exactly, I think there will be, but I want to make sure, and I think that's useful, because I think we just make sure we pick that up at every stage to make sure we are still sticking to that.
Oh, fine, thanks.
Okay, councillor.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Carlin Lee Parkway, Cabinet Member for Housing Needs, Homelessness and Private Rented Sector. So, Councillor Asta, just in regards to what you said, I just wondered, what will be the difference with this contract and what we had before?
So I think the big difference is we're looking to learn the lessons of last time. So the last time was a single contract that lasted 25 years, and there were no break clauses or changes in it. It was set up as a PFI contract, which exists. It very much reflects the kind of contracts at the time. So this came in place in 2002, but given where we are, it would have been drawn up in the late 1990s. So you are talking a very long period of time from beginning to end. So one of the things we certainly want to do is change that. So what we're looking at is not one contract, but a series of contracts of different lengths. So be some of 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, breaking up the different bits of work. The second thing which would be really important is about recycling. The current contract gives us no benefits to doing recycling. In often you will find, most contracts you'll find you pay less for recycling, so there's an incentive in official recycling, reduce your residual waste. We pay the same for both, so there's no incentive to do it, which is, whilst we have incentives in terms of where we've moved on to in terms of policy terms, we're not there in terms of where the contract's set up. So that'll be one thing. And introducing things like food waste will also be important. So they will see different types, and it'll be much more modern and up to date. This is very much a contract that reflects the time it came. I'll just moved on.
Sorry, Councillor Messer. So just thinking about what you just said, and for us in the room that have read this document and understand it and have had many conversations about it, what does that mean for the residents? So what will the residents see that they may not understand from just hearing what it is that we've been saying and what the documents say? So what difference will it make to the residents' lives?
In a sense, they don't see huge amounts, because this is the kind of back end, because the collections are done by the council. What Elle will do is run the back end of it, taking it away. What it will allow us to do is make changes at our end. So we will be able to change the way we collect recycling. We'll be able to increase the amount of things we can collect. We'll be able to do food waste recycling. We'll be able to try and move away from and try and reduce the amount of stuff that goes into to the black bins. We'll be able to look at modernising various things we collect. So that's what they'll see. I mean, but essentially, this is what I'm.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, this is clearly a first step in moving forward in terms of the long contract. And I'm pleased to hear that we're going to be learning lessons from what has happened through the past previous PFI contract. I think the important factor here is that this is a collective contract, and we need to make sure that NEWM's ambitions are built into the specification, because this is going to be a long term, and the contract needs to be fit for purpose for the life of the contract. And that should really also take into account the local plans objectives, the smart cities, the whole life, the circular economy, and obviously carbon neutral aims and objectives. So we need to make sure that we work together collectively across the cabinet, across the council, so that we have an input in there, so that it fulfills our aspirations for the life of the next contract. And I think that's something that we need to do when we're looking to develop specification.
Yeah, I mean, it's common, but we agree with it, and I think that's been taken on board. I think one of the things that is interesting about the current contract, and we are at the very tail end of it, is that the four constituent councils of East London Waste Authority are very different. It's a curious body in the sense that Newham and Havering are poles apart in terms of collect and the geography of the boroughs and all that kind of thing. But the current contract no longer really works for any of the four councils, or the Waste Authority, or the contractor. it would have been much more helpful if in 20 years, because we've kind of passed the point where it's helpful. So we're spending a lot of that, but I think that's the point you're making is absolutely right, is those lessons of what works and why, which is one of the reasons we're looking at breaking contracts down a bit more to give us that flexibility, because having such a long contract with no breaks in it means if things evolve, and we know they've evolved hugely, and they're clearly going to, there's no predicting where the waste industry will be in 30 years' time. I don't want to be sat there in my early 70s with somebody sat here cursing, going, "Who was that bloke who drew this up?" So learn that lesson. Thanks.
Okay, I'm going to take Councillor Neil Wilson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. In terms of risk management, it says in the paragraph 422, the risk register is in line with corporate risk management strategy of LY. It's been developed for the PACE programme, this procurement and contract expiry programme, and it's cross-referenced in 3.5 that there is member not involved with that because that is rightly operational and it's an officer-driven programme. But can we get have you got a sense of assurance that there is this commitment to continue review and updated part of this? Because obviously it's about continuity of the service across this one contract expiry, which was under a PFI guidance, private finance initiative. And this is under a new, in terms of what we've used elsewhere, a special purpose vehicle. So there's a different model of financing, but there's also, if I just throw into the equation, the sort of pressure we're keeping up on the integrated care board, population increase and projections. So the more the population would go up, presumably, the more that there may have to be review over the period of contract because of that demographic increase. Just in sort of a rough estimate, we're talking about tremendous increases on resources, both whether it's in health or whether it's about waste disposal, because the population of not just this borough but others. You get that sense of assurance because they're saying in the report that, and we've had various discussions with Women have come to us at other places, that they are aware of population increase, but are you reassured, both you and Councillor Patel, that you're getting that information back about review and updating for that flexibility that might be needed or will be needed?
Yes, so we did. I mean, one of the things we asked for and we got was a kind of peer review of the East London Waste Authority and some recommendations on how we could improve its governance processes. And one of the things that's come out of that is the PACE programme, the procurement programme. So we've broken that down. I sit on that with my 3 cabinet colleagues from the other 3 boroughs and the senior officers. So there is a much more focused oversight on this particularly large piece of work to make sure we're kind of covering some of the points you make. The wider point on population growth is something we discuss quite a lot because it does have a huge impact. I mean, we've discussed it here as part of the budget process in terms of just the resources you need. I mean, Jenkins Lane being situated down on the edge of the Barking and Newham boundary is an interesting one, but both sides of it are subject to massive redevelopment. You've got the Beckton Riverside development coming up on one side, which is potentially tens of thousands of homes. And on the other side, you've got Barking Riverside, which is further ahead and similar thing. So it's very clear that where the location is, you can see that growth and development. So it is discussed quite a lot because clearly you massively increase the population and build extra homes. There's going to be new resources. So we discussed that part of the budget, but it is something that comes up under discussion, not just this, but generally. And we've been looking at the financing and how we pay the various levies and looking at movements of population centres and things around all 4 boroughs to try and keep that modernised because things do lag over time and we want to keep up to date. So that's been part of the wider discussions. Well, I don't know if you want to add anything about that on, because you've been in those discussions certainly on kind of when we can discuss in centres of population and that kind of thing.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting point in terms of population growth. And I think it's slightly sort of that, but I think Councillor Wilson, what was your question more surrounded around the risk assessment and mitigation around population growth and the health aspects? Is that correct? So I think that is quite a pertinent point that we need to actually take and we'll discuss in a little bit more detail with Belvoir and the relevant members and officers. So,
we're alive to it.
Yeah.
And sorry, Right, can I have a supplementary?
Yeah, come on.
Just on the basis of what I've heard, just that the crucial thing for us is that, you know, we're making, this is the early stages, that the review process and the updated process is both seen by this PACE program, but also by the two representatives we've got, because there are commonalities across the boroughs in terms of population increase that we were referred to, but about the whole sort of impact analysis in terms of that. Yeah.
Yes, it's being seen by, as I say, the PACE thing has the four cabinet members from the four boroughs on it overseeing it. Obviously, a lot of work is done by the officers, and we've got very good officers working on it who I think councillors have met and heard from and understand their depth of knowledge. But as I've seen, everything comes to the Elwood board, which has all 8 councillors, 2 from each of the boroughs. And as I said, things will also be coming, further papers coming to cabinet. So councillors at our level here will on things about questions. So.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to take Councillor Collie Parkway.
Thank you, Chair. I just have one other question, just for, I guess, transparency. Why Elwood? Why is it East London Waste Authority? And is this spending for money?
Useful question, because I think lots of people, you know, that, as I said, you know, they deal with the council, they don't see the back end. So the East London Waste Authority is the 4 councils I mentioned. It's one of a number of waste authorities in London. There's the North London Waste Authority, the West London Waste Authority, the Western Riverside Waste Authority, and a few of the boroughs do it on their own. They tend to be the outer London ones, with the exception of Tower Hamlets, which sits alone for reasons of history that's been lost to time. Basically, this is a fallout of the closure of the GLC back in the 80s, when their various bits of work had to be divvied up. Some went to central government, some went to local councils, and some went to kind of new agencies, and the waste authorities were set up to do all that. So we are part of Elwood by Act of Parliament.
Okay.
So we don't have a choice in it. We are grouped together in that sense, but obviously that gives incentive to work together. And I have to say, the 4 constituent councils, we do have a very good working relationship on this. Obviously, there are political changes and different dynamics in the boroughs, but there has always been, the 5.5 years I've been on there, a very good working relationship, very collaborative, very constructive, which I think helps.
Okay. Value for money?
At the moment, we don't, I think, get value for money simply because of the nature of the contract. But the plan is to make sure, because we should reduce our cost, because in normal circumstances, you'd be able to reduce your cost by increasing recycling and moving the waste across. At the moment, we don't have that option. So one of the things that we all want to do is kind of, everyone is alert to the fact that we, you know, budget pressures over the last decade and a half have been very high. That doesn't look like getting any easier anytime soon. So all options to kind of make sure we can minimise our costs and maximise our opportunities is something we're very alert to.
Thank you.
Alan, haven't given you a chance to add anything. I don't know if you wanted to.
This is, sorry, I just got to the environment table. This is a huge opportunity for the council. We were at their hand tied for the last 25 years, and a lot of the initiatives where we've seen across London, we've not been able to do that because we've been tied into this contract. The contract's 25 years old. It's a dinosaur of a contract. Things have moved tremendously in terms of legislative frameworks and stuff. So it's a good opportunity for us to really push forward recycling in the borough. But also part of the objectives of the strategy going forward is that any solution we've got in terms of waste reduction needs to have climate change in its midst, and any management of waste needs to be environmentally friendly and achieve some of the objectives of the climate change agenda.
Yeah, okay, Sarah Rose.
Thank you, Chair. Just really picking up on the point Alice just made about increased recycling and stuff. I'm assuming that even before we move into the new contract area, that we can be looking at a programme of education for our residents. Because I think that with the best will in the world, a lot of people think that they're recycling, but they're not. And I noticed in our latest briefing, when we're going to be moving to weekly recycling, that we're also then going to be looking at I don't like the word penalising, but actually looking at the contents of those bins and et cetera, et cetera. And I just A, I wonder how practical that is, but B, when is that education bit going to start? Because I think that we can't do one without the other.
We'll start pretty quickly. The behavioural change is how we, in order.
Behaviour of change, okay.
And the weekly recycling is a good first step. Ideally, you can have fortnightly residual. There may be questions of whether Newham is there yet, because there's a big possibility, unless we get behaviour change right, some of the residents will miss the collection 1 week and they put them in the street corner and increase the fly tip. So we just need to manage it. But behaviour change is going to be crucial in bringing any service changes and bringing the residents.
Thank you.
Yeah, just to add on that, because we did do a pilot of the stuff we had to do, and what was interesting was, and I was slightly nervous, because, you know, you don't put someone's bin, put a sticker on it.
Yeah.
All the feedback was positive. The people who had it actually were kind of quite interested to know what they'd done wrong, and I think a lot of our contamination is what I tend to refer to as goodwill contamination.
Yeah.
I think largely these days, everybody wants to do their bit, and they see the way of doing that, recycling, is a very easy way. And it does get confusing. You know, people move around a lot of change because each London borough has a different recycling concept, let alone when you move nationally or internationally, a lot of movement across different countries too. So that, people try and do their best, but sometimes they don't get it right. So I think, the education thing is quite important, but the experience was there was quite a lot of goodwill.
Yeah, no, I think you're absolutely right.
I think people welcome, because I think people do want to do their bit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just really briefly on this, questions/comments. I think that there is a lot to be done in terms of education, particularly considering that around 60% of our residents live in the PRS framework. A lot of them live in Newham for a very short period and then move on, and they're not aware of some of the recycling policies and what goes in which bin.
Yeah.
We do need to do a lot more to actually incorporate some of the things that we're doing on a wider level and to encourage recycling and just very simple things, what goes where.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'll pick up on a few to the questions already raised. You referenced the behavioural change piece and the position as it's being reframed in the coming period. How will that link to what's the time frame? Sorry, no, let me start again. How will that link with the priority campaign that's about to be launched, be a clean borough, and what percentage contribution will this ELWA business plan going forward have in the context of the broader piece, given the baseline that we're working to at the moment? Does anyone know?
I think I might have to get back to you on that one.
The written response helps.
It might. I did check the detail, because obviously there are two things going on. There's what we're doing on a local level, both in terms of our kind of wider campaigns around a cleaner borough, but also on changing and moving to the weekly recycling we've been trying to bring in. But also then there's the ELWA contract work, which is obviously a longer period and involves all 4 councils. So it sits slightly separately because it's convoluted and it's building up to a procurement exercise. So.
And to thank our position within this 4-borough PFI, which we've inherited and we are constrained by it. Do we have the ability as a local to contribute into the mess in our borough? And I say that on the back of it's awful, disgusting, big, fat, ginormous clothes recycling bins that people then use as a magnet or rubbish bags and compost, and then clothes get strewn around the floor and they're peppered across the borough. They impede access to pedestrians. I've seen one in Carpenters estate and it's gross, so can you find them?
It's a bit difficult because we are part of ELWA. finding ourselves effectively. But what we will bring is we work with them closely in order to resolve some of those issues rather than fighting. But there's obviously a more fundamental issue here in terms of inspection. Obviously, the contract finished in 2027. We will work with Elwan and look at a better way of providing recycling facilities going forward. Finding them would be a step too far at the moment.
It wouldn't necessarily build goodwill, and I sometimes in the meetings push the goodwill questions as it is. Just on the bring banks, which is the on-street collection points, worth pointing out, one of the things we've done is we've done a review of all of them. We've identified the ones that bring in them. Did a table of which brings in the most, which brings in the least, and also the ones which have the most fly tipping. And there has been a programme, as councils will know from their own ward, of removing the ones least used and most fly tipped, but also putting new housing around the existing ones to tidy them up, collect them, so it's not just bins on streets. Because the way they were all, I mean, they are also a relic of the fact that our recycling is out of date, because that was how you did recycling 20 years ago. You put things on streets, we moved to doorstep. They're still useful. Some of them are still very well used. The one near to here on South Church Road is the most well-used one in the borough, very heavily used. So it's stayed, but we put housing on those. The clothes banks, I do think, have a bit of an issue because they don't sit within the housing, they sit separately and do cause a problem. It's worth saying that all those bring banks are collected directly by Elwan, not by the council's bin lorries. So they operate slightly separately from the doorstep collection, but where there are problems, we can raise that with Elwan. We obviously do, and try and make sure, because obviously removing them, we had to update them as well. So where there are particular problems, we can flag them. I'll ask the team to kind of go back and just keep an eye on the specific.
Around the ones on Prince Regent's Lane near the library would be really lovely.
Well, we're rolling out housing when we can. It's a funding thing, so we keep getting grants for it, but as we get money, we're expanding them. So.
I think conversation in a
Outside.
sorry,
Take an advantage.
opening.
We can always chat for hours about bins.
Yeah.
It's a fun.
Okay, colleagues, are there any other questions that anyone wants to ask? Okay, I'm going to just draw everyone's attention. Recommending on big page number 115, and for the reasons set out in the report and its appendices, Cabinet is recommended to agree 2.1.1 that it supports East London Waste Authority Elwood outline business case OBC at Appendix 1 and as per the summary of preferred options in 4.6, 2.1.2 to the use of the site at Jenkins Lane, that Newham own be made available for the future procurement by way of property agreement, to delegate authority to the Director of Property in consultation with the Cabinet member for finances and resources to enter into the relevant property arrangement. 2.2, Cabinet is asked to note 2.2 at the completion of the procurement process, Elwood will develop a full business case and will be subject to further confirmation of support by Newham's Cabinet. 2.2.2, the OBC will seeking to set a budget for the years following the expiry of the current contract. There will be a future Cabinet report to formalise a new levy that Newham and the other constituent councils on the Elwood budget from 28 to 2029 onwards. And 2.2.3, Elwood will be the contractual authority for the procurement of the new service arrangements. The other constituent councils are also asking their cabinets to agree the recommendations above. So before I just ask everyone to agree, if they're allowed to, it's cabinet members only, I'm assuming that this will fall if the other constituent authorities don't sign.
Yes, it has to ask for all four and the Elwood board, but I think we're the last council to take it through his cabinet, so.
Oh, okay, fine. So we don't have to have qualifying statements subject to blah, blah, blah.
No, because we shifted our meeting slightly, we've ended up being the fourth and fourth, so.
Okay, fine. So do we agree?
Agreed.
That's agreed. Thank you very much. Now we're going to be moving on to the cabinet paper, improving borough cleanliness, procurement of a contract for enforcement services as part of our clean borough. Over to you, Councillor Emma Birdie.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Emma Birdie, Cabinet Member, Community Safety and Crime. A clean, pleasant and well looked after area is something which residents have raised concerns about, and they're listening to our community and taking enforcement against those who litter, blighted and commit other environmental crime issues seriously. In the last year, the council has undertaken a wider programme of improving borough cleanliness in conjunction with the education programme of work. Following the implementation of an 18-month pilot enforcement contract with a private contractor, it is established that there is a positive impact on the environmental crime issues throughout the borough. Over the past 12 months, our litter scores have improved by 4%, and we've seen a reduction in reported flight to 25% over the past year. The learning from this pilot has been built into this new proposal, where this will increase capacity to enforce environmental crime highway offences and enable the council to focus its in-house officers to other community safety issues as a revised approach. We hope to see the positive impact of the environmental crime issues throughout the borough continue. This proposal will underpin the support the work carried out to improve our neighbourhoods and the local environment and implementing priority 3 of the neighbourhoods corporate plan, Continued progress, sustainability, education, behavioural change and improvement is pivotal. It's important to highlight enforcement is only one component which will support the local authority as we move into the next proactive phase of the borough-wide cleanliness programme, and how we transform and create a cleaner, enriched and safer Newham, working alongside all directors, including housing, environment, health, community welfare and others as a one council holistic approach. This will also support the council's plan to enable every resident to live in an environment and a neighbourhood which instills a greater sense of civic pride. In conclusion, the primary purpose of this paper seeks the local authority to secure an award and enforcement contract. The contract would deliver additional environmental and highways enforcement support. The additional resource would deliver improved local environment, reducing incidences of environmental and highway offences. There are further information regarding the paper highlighted on page 2, which gives greater details of background and considerations and proposals, and open to any questions.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Right, I'm going to open up questions. I've got Councillor Neil Wilson. I think I may have seen a hand up.
No.
Okay. Councillor Ali.
Thank you, Chair. Paragraph 11.3 on big page 136 or page 8 of the internal report says the approach taken will ensure that all offenders, we're talking about those who transgress in this area, who commit offences will be penalised uniformly, but concessions are made for anyone who is under 18 and those who are classified. Now, this is the point, vulnerable, including those who suffer from relevant mental health conditions. Now, I'm pleased that that's being outlined to contractors as part of the procurement process, but how are we going to be able to put boundaries around that? Because 1 in 4 of us at any one time has mental health difficulties. There's a real definitional problem in health services, and it's about being fair. This is under the equality impact assessment, obviously, that will be taking place. How fair can we be to give that flexibility without it being, shall we say, exploited?
Is it possible to Ali to come?
Yeah, I'm going to say that's more for an officer response, I think, to be fair.
Yeah, in many cases, I think if an individual, you wouldn't know, or whether enforcement contractor is, you wouldn't know whether there was a mental health issue. Afterwards, then the appeal against it will take that into consideration. So there is an appeal mechanism. We also have, with the current contractor, we have joint tasking. So we ensure that the contractor works with the council in order to target those areas to the residents. From the statistics we've had for the last year, a lot of the fixed penalty notices are unregulated commercial wasteful businesses who do not have a wait contract. But the joint tasking will ensure that the contractors will know exactly what is expected of them as part of the council system.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, and then I've got some.
Thank you, Chair. This is a good paper and clearly resulting from the pilot that we had place. My question is around 5.4 and 5.5. It refers to the 4 sort of key elements of this the new contract, and then there's also reference to additional responsibilities of the highways regulation as well. I just wonder whether number one, this is going to lead to some sort of disinterest in the market because of the wider brief we're doing. In mind, we're looking at cost neutral elements. So in that regard, has there been any market testing to ensure that we have enough competition outside to go for this? And secondly, if those elements are going to be part of this contract, presumably there are resources within existing departments which are already partly undertaking some of this work. So how are we going to channelize, or how are we going to manage the interfaces in that regard, so that we have a clarity between what internally we're doing and what this contractor will be doing? Because otherwise we're kind of duplicating efforts, which may not be that palatable in that sense. Yeah.
I can answer that. This model isn't new to local authorities. A number of local authorities have already got this model, and it's sort of market testing to look at that there is enough interest in the market. In terms of, as I've said again, the joint tasking there is a very, very crucial element to it, because if in our own interest at the small level littering, which plague the high streets in the borough, can be dealt with, and the council doesn't have the resources to do that. So that would mean we could redeploy those resources, important resources, to deal a lot more effectively with fly tipping. So any of this, as you mentioned in the report, it's revenue sharing. This isn't the reason why this is here. This is in order to release capacity with the enforcement team to really tackle the endemic problem of fly tipping and other ASP, low-level ASP, which we've got. So this is there's a revenue share coming out there. For example, the contractor makes quite a lot of revenue from FBNs, quite justifiably, then the council shares part of that revenue in order to fund additional resources to tackle endemic fly tipping.
If I may come back to you very quickly, I mean, the program 4 elements refer to educating our residents, etc. And there's enforcement. And my question really is education going to be part of the contractual brief, or is that something that we're going to be using existing staff to do? Because one will have an impact on the other.
Education will be council-led, because the message which the council wants to put forward may be slightly different to the one the contractor wants to put forward.
Exactly.
So control or the education, they will fit into that education behavior change program.
Lovely, thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay, are there any other questions? Councillor Carney, Parkway.
Thank you, Chair. My question was actually kind of asked by Zulfi. So I do also welcome this, and thank you for bringing it to us today. I guess maybe for yourself, Councillor and Alid, what does it look like for the residents? So I've heard, my question was going to be, what's the difference? What will this provider be doing that our enforcement officers are not doing or are doing, and what would be freed up? But you kind of spoke to that. So thinking about this is a public meeting seen by our residents. What does it look like for our residents? What is our residents going to get from this overall? And I appreciate the comments that Sophie talks about regarding the education and how that all fits in together. We all know this fly tipping, state of our streets has not just happened overnight. This is years that it has been going on. So I guess what I just want to know, what does it look like for the resident? How will they see a difference?
I think if you look at the resident surveys, many of the surveys we've seen, street cleansing is number one of the importance to them. And there is a perception now that the council could be doing more to enforce against the low level littering, especially in the high streets. What this would be, they would see a real presence in the streets to tackle those low level littering, not just cigarette butts, but people throwing kebab wrappers on the street, for example. Public urination is another one, and then with that low level antisocial behaviour, they would see that presence in the streets, and they would also then understand that it would release this additional capacity in the quality to deal with the more fly tipping issues we've got in the area and another. So they will see the presence in the street. And from what I understand from the last survey, about 65% of residents wanted to see more enforcement against low level littering, and this, they would see this as a positive, in my opinion.
Thank you. Chair, if you don't mind, have a supplementary. Emma, just in regards to, sorry, councillor Emma, just in regards to some of the conversations I know you've been having, but it's important that we get it out here in this space. I know that one of the things that you talk quite a lot about is it being everybody's business, and this is not just about the residents, it's about business, our partners within our high streets, within our, you know, the footfall of what they occupy in our space. Are you able just to detail some of that other work that you've been talking about in regards to how everybody is part of this? It's not just residents and it's not just those that come to the borough, but actually the responsibility, the corporate responsibility of businesses and so on and so forth, what that looks like.
Yeah, I think it's really important, like I highlighted in the point that I made in the paragraph, that this is just, it's not just one area of concern, it involves everybody, like, you know, working with housing, we've done quite a lot of things, and the big cleanup on the estates, of how we educate people that, look, litter or rubbish, there's ways to dispose of it. If you're struggling with your work, you know, working with the environment team, I know Councillor Patel and the team and James Ass's team as well have done a lot of work with litter lottos and so forth and combine those efforts. So same with community wealth building, is that how we transform our places. So as I mentioned, like, you know, enforcement is only one segment as we look at that transformation of how we look at the borough-wide cleanliness programme, how we have to amplify the spaces and look at been done directors that are buying into it, because, you know, civic pride of having a clean neighbourhood isn't just about taking away the litter and flighted thing. It's about how we amplify the space as well, which is really important. Giving people that sense of pride that when they come out of their estates or any residential environment, there's something to aspire to and look at. So I think for me, this is something that frees up not just the directorate itself, but how we will collectively come together to build the best place, not just for our residents, but for children as well. Because at a young age, you're taught, you could say, not to litter, you're taught to take pride in your front gardens and the rest of it, right? And obviously, as I mentioned, like, look, the buy-in comes from all of us, and it's residents, businesses, there's the work that we're trying to do with businesses to make sure that, you know, the likes that they dispose of their waste is really important. So it's a whole combined effort, the fact that we all have to be working together to make a difference, right? So for me, it's, you know, reinforcing that message that, look, we take civic pride and create the best and cleanest environment for not just our residents and our young people. So a lot of the work has been quite proactive, like I said, working with public health, working with housing, community wealth building, and I look forward to doing a lot more, because a lot of the positive work come to light now. Vaccinations we're seeing on our streets indicate that we are working and going in the right direction, and this will hopefully contribute to a bit more, but supported with the likes of all other directors buying into it as well. So as I mentioned, I'm looking forward to seeing how this progresses in the next sort of few months and years to come.
Thank you.
And the idea about sustainability as well, right? Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Anything else? I have a question to pose.
Yeah.
And it may be a bit of a challenge, but it's very relevant to this cabinet paper. You may not be able to answer it, either of you two. So on Sunday, heading back to Newham in the evening, I happened to pass by a house, and a lady had just put out her desk with a sign that said, please take.
Yeah.
Walked past, and I thought, no, I'm going to do my civic duty and turn back and say, excuse me, madam, you do know that you'll get fined. And she looked really alarmed, looked a bit suspicious. She said, who are you? And I said, oh, I just work with
Yeah. Me, I'm no one.
Oh no, she discovered afterwards. She said, are you that person? So I said, look, they're going to come down really hard on people and you'll be facing a big fine. She said, oh, I was feeling, you know, someone wants to get off. What to do in those situations when you, is it?
Did you say somebody was going to pick it up?
She said she could.
Why did she put a note on it saying, please take? No, why did she?
I don't know exactly.
Lying to you.
Upcycling, yeah. Upcycling. This is the thing.
Upcycling, different term for something different, but yeah, in that world, what would you do?
I think, as I mentioned at the start, about like the idea about, we talk about behavioural change as well, we mentioned, right? About the fact that this is only one component about how we instill confidence in people, the fact that, you know, when it comes to litter recycling, you know, we talk about moving to a 1 week recycling program as well. Somewhere we do the education around it, because when a lot of people want to recycle or do the right thing, sometimes they just lack maybe the information or confidence to do it, right? So there's many people that I've come across where I've spoken to give them that knowledge to say, look, before you go and put this out, there are consequences that come of it, you know. I think it's just enlightening people around that. But I think what's really important that there are a lot of people that don't follow protocol, that do just continuously litter. And it's about making sure that we have that sort of support around that as well. So I think there's a lot of work that we are proactively doing now as well. We've seen obviously residents that I speak to as well, and where we have surgeries, where we engage them on the streets, we try and encourage them as much as we can to say, look, you know, take it home, carry a bag before you go out, before you dispose of it and throw it on the floor. I've seen it in my own practices where there have been examples of people dropping things on the floor and going to an approach and say, look, make sure you pick it up and put this in the bin, they'll do it. So I think there is definitely work for us to go do on the ground level. But I think this just kind of supports the idea of that where there are continuous, persistent people that don't respect the neighbourhood, that don't respect the framework of what we're trying to do. There's a lot of sort of consequences that come with it. But I just think it's, like I said, it's that working collectively, you know, with everybody involved, like I said, not just one area, how we tackle residents that might not have that confidence. I approached the residents once that dropped. It was a cardboard box, for example, and they dropped their Amazon package outside. And I said to them, oh, you know, why did you leave it outside? And they said, oh, well, you know, I do it because everybody else does it. And I said, well, hold on a minute. You know, you can pack it, recycle it, you know, leave it afterwards and put in your box, like in their bin. So they were just like, oh, I wasn't sure that I was aware I could do that. So it's just those little patterns of behaviour. I think once you've got those patterns of behaviours instilled with people, you'll start to see the difference. So, and obviously when you do get challenges where people might say, I don't know, or it's just kind of informing them to say, look, yeah, there are sort of penalties and consequences that come with it, right? Being good people. Right? Could I add one thing? I think this is circular economy. This is what we should be promoting. So, but part of it is just fitting sofas or tables on streets, and it keeps the pedestrian the way. We need to facilitate how people can donate these kind of equipment to create the economy in the borough. So that's what we're hoping to do. I think in those particular cases, a little word with the lady first to explain, get the first collection, recycle it, but that's commendable you want to recycle, but don't put it on the but
very nice. It's really, really lovely, and I was really thrilled that I look younger than I do in my photographs.
Put that in.
At which point you help to carry it back onto the.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm going to just take two more final comments and then we're going to move on.
Yeah, mine was just on that kind of upside, because it is tricky. I used to live in Brighton, and it was a pretty kind of cultural phenomenon down there.
Very trendy.
They were stuff was left on the pavements on most streets with "please take me," and it does happen a bit here. I think less so here because most of the stuff done it tends to be knackered, and it is just rubbish. But I have seen fly tips where, you know, I've reported furniture, and before the vans come along, some of it has been taken because it was in reasonable condition. I think there's potentially some more. It comes back to, I think, what Councillor Ruse was saying earlier about education and some of the stuff we had success with the stenciling. Is a lot of it is, it's like the Goodwill contamination recycling bins. It's we've always put it there and no one's told us not to.
Yeah.
I stopped a guy a few weeks ago who just left an ironing board by a wall and told him you'll get fined. He was genuinely shocked and took it away. We always leave things there. Well, we need to tell people you don't, and that will help. But I think on the upside, I think one of the things we perhaps need to do is talk to some of the charities, because in the kind of cost of living times we're in, those kind of bits of furniture that charity shops can provide, I think, are hugely important. We know change has been made in the past, has impacted on the amount of donations to charity shops. And I think if we can perhaps, as part of our work, look at talking to some of the providers in the borough about, you know, whether they do collections and advertising, how you can get rid of these kind of things where they are still usable, that would probably help, because I'm sure somebody like the person you met would be interested in making sure it went into that kind of part of the circular economy and helps a charity at the same time.
I think that's a really good point. It leads back to what Adam said. You know, actually, we should be encouraging the circular economy, and actually, it's a strategic priority. We organisationally haven't sufficiently got our operational head around all of this, and but with the point that you've raised, it's the floor of charity shops. Arguably, some of them actually degrade our neighbourhoods because of the frontages and what they put out there. and it needs to be addressed in the framework of a clean borough, actually is what type of and nice neighbourhoods we want to see, but it also goes to aspects of our interlocal agenda with our property of assets, some of which, a large number of which we, you know, don't have any use for purpose use, because some of the existing charity shops may not actually have enough space. And our organisations, voluntary organisations may not have enough space, but if we can imagine a network in line with 15-minute neighbourhoods, areas, or a ward base, or a few, branded in a similar vein to help as part of our cost of living and support residents. Fundamentally, not only does it talk to the circular economy, it's also about supporting people in these hard times. And we know that in Newham, we've got significant levels of deprivation and inequality that's not going to be magicked away overnight. Councillor Sarah,
unbelievably, you've just said exactly what I was going to say about having.
Yeah.
I know.
Great mind.
A note to that, Joy. See, if you look at how they do things in France, where they have these recycling centres, they also have a part where if it's can be reused, it's put to one side, and the sort of manager of the déchetterie, as it's called, sells that on, and people are used to that. We aren't quick enough to encourage our residents to be able to recycle things like that. Hence why they put them either in the front garden or on the pavement. And they think that they're actually really being helpful, but they're not. But, you know, we just need to change the mindset, and little shops like that would be really useful.
okay, great.
Ah.
I'm going to be moving on to recommendations.
Yeah.
Okay, are there any other business? For the reasons set out in the report and its appendices, Cabinet is recommended to agree 2.2, the commencement of a procurement process for the concession contracted enforcement services in line with the procurement approach set out in section 5 for a period of 2 years, with the option of an additional 2-year extension commencing January 2024 at an estimated contract value of £1.1 million per annum. 2.3, to delegate authority to the Corporate Director of Environment and Sustainable Transport in consultation with the Legal of Community Safety for the award and implementation of the contracted enforcement concession contract as set out in this report. 2.4, to note the performance to date of the pilot environmental enforcement contract as set out in section 3 of this report, and 2.5, to extend the existing contract for a period of 6 months for the reasons set out in section 5.2. Is that all agreed? Agreed. Thank you, Joy. We're moving on to London Borough of Newham, borough-wide 20 miles per hour speed limit. And I will be inviting Councillor James after the Cabinet Member for Environment and Sustainable Transport to produce his report, and then we shall pass over to relevant officers as appropriate.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Yes, so another big paper, but a really important one. And this was also a manifesto commitment to move to a 20-mile-an-hour speed limit across the borough. We've currently got about a third of our roads are 20 miles an hour, primarily around the city now in East Ham, Stratford, West Ham, and south of the A13 have been largely untouched. So this extends something that is already in place in the east of the borough. And this is very much about road safety and ties in with our commitments we've made to improving our roads, making them safer and safer for everybody. I know there's been a focus in recent weeks on how this fits in, and it obviously it's hugely important for pedestrians and for cyclists, but it's also important for people who are driving. Nobody wants to be in a collision. If anyone's ever been in one of any kind, it's extremely unpleasant and can obviously be fatal as well. Between 2017 and 2022, there were 5,200 road collisions on our roads in Newham, with the most serious and the fatal collisions primarily being on our 30-mile-per-hour roads. So Well, residential roads, they are obviously of risk. What we're aiming to do with this is make the roads safer by lowering the speed limits. And fitting with work that's being done in many other boroughs and many other places, including outside of London. The Mayor of London has his Vision Zero, which we're very much signed up and committed to, which is to end fatal and serious injuries on the roads over the next decade or two. That's obviously something we're committed to as well. No, we don't see anybody seriously injured or killed on our roads. The plan is to introduce this over a 2-year period. There could have been options for it as a big bang in one go. I think we worked through and worked out that this is going to be more effective, both in terms of being able to implement it, but also bring people with us to be able to do that in phases, both in terms of the signage and people getting used to it and deliver it in a logical way. I think people are aware that my key commitment on all of these things is to make schemes go in a sensible way and make them last rather than rush them and then they'll work properly. So there'll be a phased thing over the next 2 years to deliver the manifesto commitment. We will start with signs and road markings, and then we will monitor it, and where additional measures are going to be needed, such as speed humps and that kind of thing, we can follow that up. Because in some places, the 20-mile-an-hour restrict itself, in others, it may need additional measures, and we can monitor that to do that as well. And this also fits in with the priorities on the corporate plan. So I think this is going to be hugely important for all our residents and all our visitors to the borough, and particularly should have an impact with children too, and fits in very well with our Healthy School Streets programme, which is about making sure parents know when their children are going to and from school, they are safe, because nobody wants to be in the terrible position of finding a child who's been injured as well. So I would add that as a sort of second recommendation of why this is important.
Very much. Oh, Alex, do you want to say anything?
And we have Joel here as well, so who's been talking about Joel's actually.
Okay, so let's do Aled and then Joel to have Joel's moment. No, it's only generous, isn't it, Joel? Right.
I think the importance of participation, that if you go to the first reports on the agenda to make performance reports, you would see quite a steady increase in accidents and traffic deaths within the borough. This is one of the key measures in order to bring those accidents down. It also has a social justice element here that accidents affect disproportionately those who live in more deprived areas, not affluent areas, disproportionately children as well. So this proposal ticks all the boxes. The recommendation of the World Health Organization in order to improve the environment for children to walk and cycle to school by reducing the speed of vehicles. So I'll leave it at there, Joel. I don't know if you want to add anything.
Don't say nothing to add, Joel. It's your moment.
Spotlight, action.
So in addition to what Councillor James and Alec has said, so what I'll add is that it also help us with quality, because as our 20 or less, they are more likely wreck less, which will also result in less pollution. So I believe that both
Thank you. Great. Just, if I may, on that point, sorry, on that point, I was going to ask, what generally is the average speed on our residential streets, even though broadly a lot of them still have 20 miles an hour? Do we know, do we have a range? It's always, I mean, we can be assured that the majority of the time it's over 20 miles per hour.
Yeah.
And what just in terms of the safety aspects of 20 miles an hour, notwithstanding, the clean air breathing. And actually, conversely, it helps support the longevity of car, doesn't it?
Yeah.
if you drive, slower, car drivers.
Yeah.
You know, I'm technically talking here, looks at James, digging a hole deeper.
I think on your point, it's kind of difficult to give you an average because there are different speeds. I mean, there are pockets of problems. There was a road in my ward where frankly, the limit is 30 because we've not done the 20s down there. Realistically, you wouldn't be able to go over 20 because of the nature of the way the road is built. But I know a resident there's had a car damaged and one case written off by people speeding, potentially one going well over 50.
Yeah.
So part of the work we were doing down there in terms of improving walkways, we put in some ramps and some raised pavement bits to slow that down to make sure. So people do drive in very stupid ways sometimes and break the speeds. And you can't legislate for people being idiotic, but what you can do is reduce speed limits for overall and try and put in measures to reduce that when we know there are particular problems. And it's never one size fits all in terms of solutions, but that's part of the kind of point about monitoring where there are still problems and looking at what additional measures we need to follow up with.
Okay. Councillor Conley Parkway, then I've got, right, okay, sorry. Right, I've got Councillor Conley Parkway, Salvia Kamali, John Whitworth, Mumtaz Khan, and Alan.
Brilliant. Thank you, Chair. So, Councillor Rassa, I welcome this report. I think it's very important to just say that these are conversations that we've been having for quite a long time. It's not just come overnight. And there are many other neighbouring boroughs that do the same. But I just want to pick up on the piece around, and Ali, thank you for your remarks. I think it's really important to talk about the social justice elements of what this means for residents in poorer neighbourhoods. I think that's really important. But just want to pick up on the impacts of collisions. So for anybody that's been involved in an accident, car versus pedestrian or car versus bike, it's a moment in time, but for those people that has been affected by it, it's long lasting. It changes your life. And I just want to understand the elements around this, around safety. Safety is so important. We all hear as elected members about things that take place on our streets that affect children, for instance, and the elderly, that you just think, had they been doing something else? Had they just slowed down? And it's always, in hindsight, it's great to be able to say, but if you just had done X. But the reality is these accidents change people's lives. And you gave some figures earlier, which was over 5,000 people were affected by collisions in this borough, which is a lot of road collisions. But we all would have read some of the news articles of people that have lost their lives to this. And it's just about, you're never too late to change your behaviour. And so for me, I just want to understand what are the impacts to our residents in Newham around collisions and how is it changing people's lives when they are unfortunately hit or something takes place in the borough because of what is reckless driving. Let's be clear, not always, but majority of the time it's reckless driving. If you look at the data, it talks to reckless driving or momentary lapse in driving. So I wonder what those impacts are, James, and I appreciate you might not be able to detail them all off, but you will have some kind of understanding and idea.
Yeah, I mean, you made the point that I say read out the figure 5,200 road collisions, because that's not 5,200 people, because there'll be at least one person on either side. So that's 10,000.
Yeah.
And in some cases, there will be passengers and there'll be people who witness it. And there could be passengers either side. So you're talking potentially tens and tens of thousands. I mean, I think the point you make about the impact is absolutely right. I've been very lucky in that I've never been hit, but I have been a passenger in a car that hit a cyclist. Now, that was over 30 years ago. Now, fortunately, it was a very low speed. It was a car moving from stationary to turning. So it was doing less than 15 miles an hour at 10. Even at that speed, the cyclist went over the bonnet. Unfortunately, wasn't hurt, was in a terrible state of shock. We went round to see him. I can still remember that man's face passing across the windscreen 30 years later. It has a huge impact, and I'm sure he remembers it happening, you know, and I was just a passenger in that car. So it does have a huge impact. I think, you know, there are lots of, there are kind of charities and road groups out there who have lots of sort of data and interesting stories on this. I don't think we've done anything specifically on the borough, and potentially we could. We do talk to the 20's Plenty campaign. There are other charities, we've met with them, so they're aware of this and they give us support on information around that. But I think the point you make is absolutely right. This isn't just an abstract thing. This is real people and real lives. And if, you know, any potentially life-changing injuries, but if you've lost someone in a fatal collision, the impact only, we've all seen it, you know, flowers at the side of the road and things, and you know there's been a collision there. There's flowers there because for somebody they've lost a loved one. You know, someone has gone to work, gone to school, just gone out, they've never come home. And that has a huge impact. This isn't just an abstract thing. I think you're absolutely right on that point.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay, I've got Sardin.
Cabinet, Deputy Cabinet for Housing Management and Urban Sorry. I welcome the report. 20 miles speed limit. It's inclusive to all. If I want to use a road, safety. Question is, what kind of enforcement do you have in place, especially around main roads such as Stratford, High Street, Romford Road, parking? Presumably they are included, and people just don't pick up traffic on empty roads. And does this also mean that we'll have less potholes on the road as well?
So in terms of which I should mention that really which roads included. So these are the roads included are Newham roads. So that's not the TfL roads, which we have very few. It's those are the A13 and Royal Docks Road and Pier Road down to the ferry. We don't have control of those. We're also not the Lower Lee crossing because that's been transferred across from the council to TfL as part of the Silvertown Tunnel expansion. It also doesn't affect private roads. So we do have a lot of private roads, particularly around the new developments around Stratford and the Royal Docks, because we don't own or maintain those. But obviously, as any roads we adopt, we can brought into that process. Enforcement is difficult. We do not have, as a council, the powers of speeding enforcement in terms of speed cameras and things. That doesn't, I mean, it's different outside of London. In London, that's not with us. It would make life easier if it was. Wandsworth recently tried to do an experiment on that and to see how they could manage it. Unfortunately, the Department for Transport intervened to stop them, which was really annoying because for us as across London councils, there's a desire to be able to do this, because if you're going to do these things, enforcement is really important. I think it's worth saying enforcement comes in different ways. I mean, everyone thinks of speed cameras, but as I was mentioning earlier about potential rollout, some roads are just small enough and people will stick to the speed limit. Others won't. We can do other measures of enforcement, such as speed humps or raising junctions or potentially chicanes. There's a whole range of things that have been built up over time. Unfortunately, we don't have it's down to the police or TfL cameras at the moment. I think it's one of the things, if we get a change of government next year, I think all councils will want to lobby for, is to give us more opportunity to be able to enforce this, because it does become important. I think, but again, it's something we need to look at, and we will certainly continue to work with the police and with TfL to make sure enforcement areas and monitor where there are problems and look what other solutions we can put in to back this up. But overall, if you lower the speed limit, most people are generally law-abiding when they drive. I think everybody speeds, but you know, you can reduce the overall average speeds. I think the other interesting secondary potential on enforcement is buses themselves. The bus fleet in London is moving to a point where it's going to have enforcer on the bus that the drivers will not be able to go over the speed limit. So if you lower the speed limit, the buses will go slow. And on some of our roads, we have lots of bus routes effectively regulate the traffic on the speed they go. So there's a kind of unintended benefit from that.
Okay, I'm going to move on to Councillor John Whitworth first, because it goes that way and you can go on. John Whitworth.
Thank you, Chair. I welcome this measure, as everybody has said, the reasons given, and also hopefully safer roads will encourage more cycling as well. But my question really is related to the previous one, actually, to do with compliance. 4.8, pages 144 and 145, talks about survey, which seems to be a very good idea, surveying more than 100 roads before the measures brought in, and then surveying them afterwards to measure what has been the compliance as a result of the law being brought in. What difference has the speed limit made? It seems to be a very good survey to undertake. More than 100 roads. I just wondered though, on what basis the 100 would be selected. I mean, how will they be chosen? And also, it says that where there's persistent speeding problems, officers will recommend installing traffic calming measures. Now, this is probably a question of resources, and the numbers, of course, are not known. But is it an aspiration that where there is not compliance, traffic controlling measures will be brought in, or will there have to be strict prioritising because of resources?
I mean, obviously, I think we'll have to look at what the data shows back. I mean, I think I might hand over to officers on this to talk about what they think of in terms of the process for kind of looking at 100 roads and how we're going to analyse the data. Joel, I don't know which one of you wants to pick that up.
First, and also the roads that have historical speeding. Those will be the main ones. Then we will also that do not have existing measures. That will affect the priority one because cars tend to build up the speeds where the roads are long and where they actually don't have any existing calming measures. Now, in terms of enforcement, so you will go, let's say, a student, you have a lot of roads where speeding is the ones that have, let's say, accidents, quite a high number of accidents in the past, and then we the ones that are mentioned near schools.
Good, that answers my question, thank you.
I just wanted to pick up on one point, in terms of the evaluation and the site proposal. There was something that came up at the previous scrutiny commission last municipal year relating to the annual air quality. And one of the questions following quite detailed analysis, interrogation of the data was by a scrutiny member was what could be discerned from the stats in terms of any interventions that the council had undertaken, including speed restrictions, because it appeared that where the monitoring units were placed, there wasn't anything unusual, or you could see a correlation between the intervention that the council made and then the corresponding decline. But in some instances, there was no discernible difference, regardless. So I think outside of this meeting, it would be worthwhile having a more detailed conversation around how we frame that. If that's okay.
I know I've seen some data around healthy school streets where we were monitoring it before, which showed peaks in pollution, in the morning and the drop off. And I think we've got some data showing how that's changed where we've implemented them. Obviously, there's lots where we haven't, but you can feed that in as well.
Okay, I'm going to take Mumtaz, then Sulfika, then Shabs, and then
Thank you, Chair. I welcome this report. I just want to raise 3.4, very encouraging that lower speed can also improve health through reducing noise pollution, and excess traffic noise is linked to sleep disruption and heart disease, and reducing speed limit has been shown to reduce Also, I do welcome that. However, I did have a question as well regards to reckless drivers, because they ignore whatever sign you put up there. But I think we've talked quite a bit about enforcement. We haven't got cameras. We're not going to be able to monitor reckless drivers unless there's a police officer around. So that remains a concern. Everyone's kind of expressed that.
I mean, it's worth saying we've been able to do some level of enforcement because we've obviously done some work around stopping people driving the wrong way down one-way streets and illegal left turns and those kind of things. So there are some measures we can take. It's just speeding. We've got the issues. So if we're looking at some of the kind of, when the data comes back from officers and we're able to make some of those changes, we'll be able to deal with some of those. But you are right. Ultimately, if somebody just disregards the law, they're going to do that. And I was stopped at some temporary traffic lights the other day because the road was being dug up, not in the borough, I should say. There was a queue of traffic behind me, and the person at the very back just drove the wrong side down the road through a red light into oncoming traffic. And you're just thinking, it's a miracle nobody was hurt. If people who behave like that, there's in a sense you can't legislate for that. It's something you have to get law enforcement involved in.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to take.
Thank you, Chair. Again, as my colleagues say, good news. We welcome the report, and clearly anything we can do to save lives and reduce casualties and severity, and that helps the livelihood of people as well. We got 16 deaths in the borough, and that's every death has a significant impact on the families, in the long run. My question is around the London Mayor has a target, and I assume that we do have around a casualty reduction plan, and 33% roughly of the existing roads already covered by 20-mile zones. So it's really for officers to, what is our casualty reduction target? And if there is one, how will the application of 100% 20-mile zone will actually make an impact, further impact in terms of targets? And John raised the question about 100 street roads that we'll be serving, but have we got any analysis of the 33% that we already have to demonstrate what impact, if the speed limit has in terms of the overall, 85th percentile or median speed or whatever? Have you done anything in that regard? And what is our the reduction target? For officer, really, because
in regards to the existing zones, we will also be reviewing them because what the thing is, we want to, what can I say, we want to go picture across the whole. So the existing zones, I believe some of them will also be within the 100 locations. Now, in regards to making it 100%, so
I think the question was, we've got 1/3 streets already covered by 20 miles per hour zone limit. Has there been any analysis of what impact that has had, both in terms of speed as well as casualty reduction? And secondly, by implementing this across the borough, to what percentage it will increase our targets? And do we have any existing targets in terms of road safety plan?
The target is to reach 100%. On helping get the roads, and it will be the existing ones. Because
I think we haven't published specific targets at the moment. We are committed along with other boroughs to London's Vision Zero, and he's set timelines for that. So to fit in with that, we will obviously want to meet those targets too. I think one of the problems, I know that Ali may have a view on this because he's obviously implemented these in other boroughs and will be a bit ahead of us, is I think part of the problem we have at the moment, if you're in a position where all your residential roads are 20 and your main roads were 30, there's some consistency. At the moment, we've got a mishmash of lots of 30, lots of 20, but not necessarily logical. And in a sense, if you knew the main roads were 30 and there's residential roads were 20, or everything was 20 or everything was 30, you're people I suspect are just traveling at one speed. So this should make it easier for people to understand the kind of speeds anyway, and therefore help, I would hope, with compliance too. Alan, I don't know if you want to add anything based on previous experience in other places.
Yeah, in Manhattan, for example, we did not put a target. Our target is 0 because we don't want to be in a position, oh yes, 10 accidents, 1 fatality, etc. The target we're aiming for is the zero target, which the Mayor of London is doing. So I'm not aware, frantically searching some of the service plans there. I'm not aware of any other figure which we're putting there.
Yeah, I think the London Mayor's target is 70% by 2030, and as we noted in.
And zero by 24.
Our numbers are going up slightly. So I think it's probably worth bringing a report back in terms of our strategy is and how this will help to actually give the target as well if possible.
Yeah, I mean, I think this, fits in with the other measures we're doing around, segregated cycle lanes, which are safer for cyclists, for the healthy sort of streets. We've seen the impact of schools there, how children are walking and how much safer it is for them. I think Councillor Whitworth did make the point about encouraging people to cycle. The school travel plan, which is a couple of years old now, had only 2% of children cycle, but 20% wanted to. I bet that gap is because parents are saying it's not safe.
Yeah.
You make it safe, those children will. So we're not actually meeting demand of residents at the moment. So I think it's, this is a big measure, but it fits in as a package of other measures. It's a jigsaw to make things better. And there'll be other things brought in, following the review around other things. So, and I think monitoring how that impacts, because it will improve in certain areas faster depending on what other measures we've got in, but from that, making sure we're kind of bringing it down and heading towards the London-wide target. Is important.
And in terms of implementation plan, it's 2 years, but yes, any school street should be priority one. Really.
Yes, so we'll make sure the different projects fit together, so there's some logic to it.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, and then Siobhan Mohammed.
Yeah, my question is around traffic mitigation and north and south of the borough, because some parts of the borough, we had really good traffic mitigation, and some other parts of the borough we had really poor traffic mitigation in terms of, if you look at some of our school main roads, we don't have no slowdown around those areas. So also you've got to look at the whole structure of Green Men, because I've noticed, especially
traffic lights rather than aliens.
Yeah. You know what I mean? I think you've got to look at the whole that investment that we're actually doing around traffic mitigation, because even with the signage, we're talking about 20 miles an hour. When you hit certain areas and you get the camera that actually reads your number plate, slow down. We have very few of those. So again, what I'm really want from this report is that we look at that investment that we're going to be doing in the traffic mitigation and make sure that we don't have a north and south divide, making sure that when we do invest in traffic mitigation, it's equal to all of the borough, and not, more affluent parts of the borough getting a better investment and poorer parts of the borough getting poorer traffic mitigation, because and again, we don't want to get poorer parts of the borough, don't want to get left behind and look at one part of the borough which is getting everything and the other part of the borough not getting nothing at all.
Yeah, I think that's right, and I think this helps with the consistency of that. I mean, East Ham has primarily had it, and largely, I think some of the point comes to the way the borough has developed. East Ham is very Victorian. The roads are different, very different to Stratford, but much of which is recently built, and then it's very different again, especially where the borough's been chopped into three by roads and railway lines. So I think this kind of starts to bring some consistency. The other thing you'll Cabinet will remember we passed a paper a little while ago about improving things around some of the road assets, the keep left bollards being changed so they're consistent. We're investing in the zebra crossings, putting new Belisha beacons so they're clearer. We did that, doing a line brief. There's a general program of stuff, I think comes back to the point that makes Councillor Ali about this kind of being a sort of jigsaw of measures. Traffic lights are slightly trickier because that's another TfL thing in London. Nothing's quite as straightforward as just the unitary authority running things. But we did work with them on that, and some of the other measures that fit together. So there we are, trying to make sure we spread things around the borough, but also looking at where the priorities are, as Joel was saying, identifying the particular problem areas, where the intervention is kind of more urgently needed. But I think the point you make around schools is, we've been trying to make sure we prioritise the ones we know where the schools have been reporting a problem, but also making sure that the whole borough is covered, that isn't just concentrating in one area, that we're trying to spread that around. But ultimately our aim is to cover as many schools as practically possible. The main road ones are more difficult, but make sure that every school benefits, because we want all our children to be safe going to school.
And also, James, it's not always that schools are necessarily willing partners in the Healthy School Streets.
Yeah.
I mean, we assume, but actually, unless they are willing to work with us, then it's counterproductive.
It is, and we are looking at how we deal with that, because we have found in some schools, actually, it comes down to, I'll interrupt, teachers driving to.
So, yeah, exactly.
There is some compromises you have to make, but ultimately for me, it is the pupils that are the priority.
Okay.
But we are working through ways of making sure, because again, we were elected on a manifesto commitment to deliver better, safer schools across the borough. We're going to deliver on that manifesto commitment. There are lots of schools that are willing, whether or not we'll find ways of working with them, but ultimately it's something we've committed to do, and for a very good reason. And when Councillor Lofthouse was the Deputy on Education, we visited schools in Plaistow where, you know, a lollipop lady had been run down on the pavement.
Absolutely.
You know, I've met people who are not particularly keen on car measures, but actually say our children now go to a safer school, we at least know they're coming home safely.
Yeah.
It's important to parents to know that when you let the children go, particularly when they're at age where they're walking, they're going to come home safely.
Yeah.
Cool. Do you think we're done?
Oh, yeah, I could talk all day about bins and roads,
Yeah.
but yeah, it's up to you.
We're only on item 6.
Sections 2.1, for the reasons set out in the report and its appendices, Cabinet has recommended to agree 2.1.1 to introduce 20 mile per hour speed limit across the London Borough of Newham, except for private roads. Transport for London's roads and roads listed in appendix 3 below. 2.1.2, delegate to the Corporate Director of Environment and Sustainable Transport with appropriate traffic calming measures where required. 2.1.3, to delegate to the Corporate Director of Environment and Sustainable Transport to 2.1.3.1, advertise all statutory notices and traffic management orders under Section 84 of the Road Traffic Regulation Act 1984, and 2.1.3.2, make the orders after due consideration of any representations. Do we agree?
Agreed.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
Oh, and also I forgot to say, if there are any members from journalists from Evening Standard in particular watching this Zoom, don't forget to sit on safety.
Yeah.
It's not a big deal.
I think.
We're not banning cars.
No, I think everybody gets it, frankly, you know, nobody.
But not the Evening Standard.
I'm not sure, I didn't think their article was unfair.
Yeah.
Like, moving on.
Moving on.
Let's move on.
Human Voices will write it up in a professional way.
No more. Right, now we're going to Carpenters early phase delivery strategy. Now, this has got multiple appendices, of which a number are exempt. And I shall be coming to those at the end, requesting all Cabinet members to note the exempt appendices. And it's item 9, which is exempt. Supplementary agenda pack, exempt appendices for agenda item 9, Carpenters early phase and strategy. Okay, if you've got any questions for this, I'm going to have to answer out on the press.
Now?
No, we're not doing it. No, don't worry. Right, so colleagues, I'm just at this juncture going to just invite the Corporate Director, Vicky Clark, and I'll also be inviting Conrad Hall, Director of Finance, to introduce them on my behalf, because they much more eloquently than I can.
Thanks, Mayor. And just to say, we've got Caroline Pile online as well for any information that you may need or any detail on the paper. But thank you. Yes, to start by saying that what this paper does is confirms and allocates the remaining approved scheme budget of around 52 million for the Carpenters programme to allow us to progress the programme to its next stages. We're not at this point requesting any additional funding. The main decisions sought in the paper
are the award of development management service contract to Popular. The allocation of funding for taking 3 major projects to REVA stage 3. These include a new primary school and 2 new phases of development, London Quarter and Station Quarter, a programme of meanwhile activity, the funding of professional services to take the schemes to these stages, and also the allocation of funds for an acquisitions budget to ensure we can achieve vacant possession as necessary for the developments. All of these areas of activity are summarised in section 5 of your report, which starts at page 170 of the pack, and set out in detail in section 6 and 10 of the report, pages 172 to 182. The VP strategy, the vacant possession strategy, is set out in more detail in exempt appendix A. It is important to acknowledge at this stage that costs for the programme have gone up for all the reasons that we have rehearsed previously in this room around construction, inflation, etc. And that does mean that the overall figures for the scheme are less favourable than those that were previously presented to the Cabinet 2 years ago when the overall scheme was last presented. There's a detailed analysis of this in the paper. However, it is important to note that the net present value of the scheme, which is how we work out the spend of money on the scheme against the overall income received from the scheme over a 50-year period, remains positive and substantially positive at around 170 million. And therefore, at this stage, we are confident the scheme remains viable. And I will ask Conrad to speak about that in more detail. There is more detailed consideration of viability in section 11 of your report, which starts at page 182 of the pack, and there is detail of the current viability assessment event appendix. It's also important to emphasise that what we are committing to at this stage is the work required to design these phases of the programme and to take them up to planning commission, and the more significant element of any expenditure, which is the construction element, will come back for approval at a later stage. We estimate that currently to be in 2025. In just a little more detail on the expenditure, most of the expenditure allocated, the majority of it is allocated towards vacant possession at 27 million, and obviously we'll attempt to negotiate that to as low a cost as possible. All professional fees will be competitively tendered to ensure that we have value for money, and the fees allocated to Popular for development management services have been benchmarked against other equivalent providers and are in line with those. I think that's probably all I would say as an intro. Conrad may now have some more.
Thank you, Conrad.
No, it's all right. We'll have a little bit. So for those watching, my name is Conrad Hall. I'm the Council's Corporate Director of Resources, including the statutory section 5.1. My colleague Vicky has rightly, I think, focused on the financial aspect. I'll add to that, although of course it's always important to emphasise the social purpose of the regeneration. But money is of course important, and you will see in the report that on current estimates, we're talking over 15 years of something like 1.3 billion possible scheme. So it's right to focus on that. It's also right to contextualise that. Everyone is well aware in the news about who stories that question in the local authority sector. Those who haven't seen it, Birmingham, largest local authority in Europe, earlier this morning issued section 114 notice. So clearly significant pressure in the sector, and it's therefore absolutely relevant and important that we check before taking decisions like this how we are confident for them. As my colleague Vicky says, that fundamentally is down to what is called a viability assessment, and to walk people through the report, probably the easiest place to do that. I'll give different references. Paragraph 11.13 or page 20, page report, or summarising that is also repeated at paragraph 17.1 of the report.
look at that. That shows the net present value of the scheme is currently estimated at £170 million. What that means is over the lifetime of the scheme, not just construction period, 50 years in total, the income, the rents on the properties that will be built, sales, should exceed then costs, financing costs and so on by £170 million with various right and proper methodologies applied. As that table also makes very clear, 2 years ago, that figure was +500 more until Harvest 5, and what's been happening in the world since then. We've had Ukraine, inflation, rising interest rates, since then. Not surprising. The fact that it's not a surprise doesn't mean it's welcome. And clearly, although 170 million sounds like, and indeed, is quite a large number, there's not nearly so much marketing. But for 70 and the 30, if you're going by that, if you're looking at the agenda, there's the summarised results, technically called a sensitivity analysis. What that means is we look at the various assumptions that underpin that viability assessment and think about what would happen with change. If interest rates rise, it will tell you by how much they would need to rise in order for the scheme to belong to be viable. Or if rents didn't rise by as much as we were anticipating, or if construction costs rose by more than expected, and so on. In other words, at each key point in the scheme, when the Cabinet is taking a big decision as it is here, we will provide that analysis, give you the comfort that the scheme remains viable, but also so you understand the conditions under which it would no longer be viable for you can assess that risk. Because what Cabinet has been requested today is to authorise expenditure of just over £50 million, 51.8 million to be precise. And what that gets you is detailed in the report is essentially those important planning applications without which no regeneration could proceed, and various other important ancillary steps along the way. Clearly, post the planning application, you would then get into much more substantial construction costs. And again, we would really report back to that at that stage, provided that the benefit of the scheme was still viable. And that's how it's been told. Of course, the question arises, in the future, again, if the inflation continues to rise by more than expected or whatever, what will be done in order to get the scheme viability. And none of those choices are easy. Private developer in that circumstance choose to pause the scheme to a more quite favourable economic circumstances, where that, from the capital point of view, will be highly undesirable for many obvious reasons. Equally obviously, reducing the proportion of affordable housing, which again is what a private developer would do, clearly compromise very important policy objectives for the council. Of course, one would look at options to reduce costs further. Being very mindful again, thinking about storage in at the moment, not to compromise on the safety of building materials part of that, or indeed looking at other ways in which the financials of the scheme be improved, for example, by the commercial elements of the scheme, none of which are without it. So in short, none of that would necessarily be easy, but I suppose the obvious counter to that as well is that if one doesn't want to take on the kind of risk associated with this, then it seems like this won't happen. Is it possible to do major development like this without accepting a degree of risk? So what matters in all of that is the risk management, and that viability assessment I've spoken about is the key to that. So that at each checkpoint, before we commit to further expenditure, Cabinet, scrutiny, public, can see the basis on which we've assessed that viability, satisfy themselves,
reasonable, taking all of that into see. So to summarise all of that, at the moment, it is clearly reasonable to proceed financially with this scheme, but one must be wide-eyed and cognizant of the risk inherent in doing that, which we have set out in the report, and also the way that that risk is properly being managed in order to ensure the really important scheme that comes forward with terrific benefits to its residents can reasonably proceed. I'll pause there, really happy to take any questions.
Okay, so in some colleagues, it's 51.8 million pounds that is being requested in the paper, if you know the recommendations, but also in the introduction. And that is progressed. One of the most significant estate regeneration schemes in London, if not the country, if not in Europe, through the design phases, through the design process of phase. So it's ready to meet the planning requirements. That scale of money, the scale of project is not unusual. And also captures, sets out in some detail the plans around meanwhile use, as well as the progress that we've made with regards to. I just want to remind everyone, this is a 12 to 15 year regeneration scheme. It's on a site that is circa 28, I think, acres or 32. Caroline on that. Caroline's nodding. Caroline, can you advise?
Caroline's nodding.
28 acres or 32. Is it 28?
Sorry, Mayor. Sorry. Yes, it's roughly about 28 acre site. It's and as you say, it's between a 12 to 15 year regeneration program, so quite an extensive undertaking.
It costs us in total £1 billion outside of the £51.8 million that we're being asked to agree today, which I hasten to add has been approved in any case as a budget line in the capital programme report that came to Cabinet and then subsequently to full council, because it was part of the March budget papers. I know £51.8 million is a huge amount of money. Totally get that. But I think it's important for us to always place perspective, given the scale of things that we do in the council for a borough of this size, which is the 9th largest local authority in the country. And we are maintaining our commitment presently, as we always will do, around 50% social rent, but we will be taking at all times rational, financially prudent decisions in line with our obligations and our responsibilities as a good governance administration. I would like to further add that there has been some commentary around whether Carpenters estate is too big to fail. I think it's a wrong banking analogy to use. 2008 to 9 financial crash, which impacted the entirety of the multi-trillion pound global economy, and was as a consequence of obscure derivative financial instruments called derivatives, and we were bitten by that as well, arguably. we can't comment publicly, but let's not forget we took on the big banks and we saved Newham residents £152 million in interest payments alone over a 40-year period. But the too big to fail analogy is wrong in this instance because we're not a bank. We're not Carpenters estate is not a core component of the global worldwide economy driven by China and America. We are investing in an enduring, valuable commodity for our people and simply put roofs over their heads. And we are cross-subsidising the scheme by 50% of the scheme, the private rented sector rates, with a scale of affordability within the PRS. And that will subsidise our ability to offer the 50% social rent. And then finally, with regards to probably one of the most premium investments anyone can make on the planet, it's housing and houses. So all I would say is too big to fail is an unhelpful term to use in this context, and the fact that we don't have a development partner that's building the scheme, which would have put it at even more risk. And let's not forget, private development companies cream off 20% of profit. We've done it in-house with our housing delivery company called Clerk, and that 20% is being reinvested in the scheme itself. So we've just got to be a bit mindful. There's one question that I will throw at Conrad relating to an argument or line that is being driven vis-a-vis the Carpenters estate and its viability, is also whether, and the analogies around banks and the banking crisis and too big to fail, is in relation to popular living, and the popular living is being shored up through schemes like this in order to survive because it's not viable as an entity anymore. I opened up a whole big can of worms.
So I can respond to that if you like. I mean, in terms of the governance arrangements, at least annually, Cabinet receives Populo's business plan, and indeed it approves it, or not reviewed it, and sets out just what we expect in the business plan, what the company intends to do on our behalf and so on, but also the viability of the company. Like all housing development companies, in the early years, it doesn't make profit. I should probably really talk more about a return, because the company being wholly owned by the council, we're not interested in a profit per se, like the company does, but in making a return back to the council. When you're in the business of building homes, of course, the profit is in the, and then as more scale, it has income from those private rented units that over time retail can get councillors onto it, and returns that presumably the council will do. That business plan confirms that the company is viable. It does need to get up to scale. Inevitably, of course, if it's a relatively small development company, you have relatively high overheads compared to the scale of your housing stock. So it will be important for the company's business plan to expand that, and these Carpenters is one of the ways in which that will happen. But that's not the council propping up Popular. We're using it in a way that other local authorities and the other organisations use for good reasons. So what matters is really, that point per se, but how council, the cabinet, its officers have oversight of the company to ensure that it's soundly based. And of course, today, sort of apex of that, if you like, evaluating the business plan comes here in public, so that it can be made clear to councillors exactly the same sort of principles as we've got. Why we think the company will be viable, why we think it will deliver on its business plan, what we're going to the council will be over time, and the risk to that. It's impossible to talk about viability without being also talking about risk and how those are managed. It's that transparent oversight of that is one of the strongest ways possible of ensuring that you have every chance possible of making sure that we're all part of your organisation contribution to health.
Okay. I'm really conscious that we've got quite a few cabinet pages and we're over by about an hour. If anyone has to leave, you are more than welcome to, and I'm really sorry that
End up with you in the chair.
I know I'm going to have to force at least other people to stay.
We won't draw a lot.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sorry.
Right, question. I've got Councillor Sarah Ruiz, I've got Councillor Sabia Kamali, and I've got Councillor John Whitworth. I've got Councillor Dorka Ali.
Right. Oh, rapid response. Okay. I'm really sort of assured by Conrad's last statement about the viability of Popular. I think that has always been sort of something that we've not really discussed. I was pleased that the mayor asked that question. My two questions are, what is plan B if the Secretary of State does not agree for Carpenters to transfer some of its playing field land into housing? And the other is, and I may have totally misunderstood this, but it almost feels as if we're marking our own homework if council will be doing the vacant possession and talking and leading on that, but that Popular will be negotiating on behalf of the residents. That's how it reads to me, and maybe I've read it wrong, but it feels as if like no.
Let me take that second point, if I may. I'm not quite sure which reference you're looking for.
I'm trying to find it, Conrad.
Okay, but I'll deal with the point generally, then the first point, I could perhaps bring Caravan and deal with that. That's all right. So Popular, although it is constituted as a company, wholly owned by the council, so in many practical ways, it's just operating like the Department of the Capital in a different legal construct with core construct. It's actually on our books. And so it what it certainly can't do is act on behalf of residents. I mean, it acts on behalf of
12.2 is the paragraph.
Which paragraph, sorry, Councillor?
12.2.
12.2. Bear with me a moment while I get it.
Sorry.
What that means is Popular will deal with the negotiations with Oxford. It won't be acting on their behalf. It'll be negotiating on the council's behalf with
okay.
Terms.
Fine.
And the sort of general point about marking your own homework, I think it is important to stress, although there is a significant in-house component to this. One, there are debt balances within the council, and frankly, that's why you employ someone in part to check what other people are doing. There's a number of practical external agencies and who we're relying. I mean, it's not that we've just sort of come up with figures that suit or anything like that. But when we talk about, for example, assumptions about future rental growth by respected property consultants. But this, I guess, I don't think marking our own homework would be an entirely fair character.
We talked previously about CPOing in James Riley Point, and it's just that I have a list. If we're going to start that now, can we start it now rather than And I think I've got assurance on that, Vicky.
Intention is to start all the preparation that we
Now.
can for it now.
Yeah.
Just a reminder from the discussion that we had last time, we can't actually formally start
No.
the CEO process until we've secured planning permission for the scheme, but we can get all the background work done, and that's what we will do. The requirement for CPO is that you continue to negotiate as long as possible, only invoke a CPO if you're unable to secure a negotiated purchase. We can get all the paperwork lined up in anticipation of it being.
Thank you. Yep,
Could Carol come in on the point about the school?
on the
Yeah.
plan B for the school.
Go on,
Yes.
plan B on the school.
Yeah, of course. So there isn't actually a plan B for the school as such. This is a key decision really to try and resolve early before any significant spend on the site. This is identified as a risk at the bottom of page 25 of the document. Sorry, it'll be a different page on your bundle. But the school is a standalone project.
Okay.
It's page 187. So if you recall, on the school, when we brought the outline master plan report to Cabinet some 2.5, nearly 3 years ago, because of the ongoing conversations, discussions that required to be had with the we were running out, we couldn't wait for them to resolve their issues, and so we decided and determined to draw the boundary on the master plan that doesn't. But following on from that Cabinet determination, we've then been and they're really, it's a really brilliant collaboration actually. So that's what's happening there. Okay.
Yep.
It wouldn't, obviously one can't always guarantee reasonability, but it wouldn't be reasonable for the Secretary of State to refuse the permission, given that what will be re-provided will be a better quality school. Got it. Yeah. Is that fine? Right.
Yeah.
Any other questions? I've got Sabia, and then there was John Whitworth, and then I think, and I've got, and then I think we're going to need to move on.
Being a ward councillor in Stratford, I just wanted a few assurance from you, Conrad. Where do we get the money from? 51.8 million is a huge amount of money, and obviously the project for 50 million. So it means that money, it could increase, so we probably come back here again. What risk does this expose the council to, and are we 100% operate the right model to secure it?
Okay, so I entirely agree, 51.8 million is a huge sum of money. Again, to emphasise the context, over the lifetime of the design, planning and construction period, we expect the cost to be more like the order of 1.3 billion. So although this is a large sum indeed, it's a small part of the total sum. The council will borrow the money for it, which is normal for capital expenditure, and we will borrow it from something called the Public Works Loan Board, which is a government agency that is set up to fund local authorities for their capital expenditure. There's also a series of grants from the GLA and so on. It's a sort of net figure for that. I mean, you're right. It's impossible to avoid the fact that there are risks inherent in property development. So, what one wouldn't proceed with this without, as I say, being sort of wide-eyed about those risks. That's why we've set them out very fully in the report. That's why we explain why the scheme is still considered to be financially viable. Again, the avoidance of doubt that over time, income from rents and sales will exceed the costs of construction, financing costs, interest paid on loans, and so on. So we've also set out, I hope very clearly, conditions under which scheme would no longer be viable. So, for example, if interest rates, which were currently modelling 5%, they rose to 6.6%. Against expectations, I should add, but nonetheless, clearly it's very possible something like that happen. The scheme would then, at that point, if everything else was the same, no longer be viable, and we would have to go back and make provisions to it. And although you kind of see this, for example, once a year conservatively major Carpenters, I wouldn't want to give the impression that that's something we sort of do and then stick in a cupboard and come back and look at it again in a cabinet. Viability appraisal is a constantly evolving matter. So if, for example, it's all of things working worse, rather than wait for another big cabinet, at that point we're looking at, for example, how we could change the nature of what would be built and so on in order to ensure that it's going fine. There are good risk management procedures in place. None of that takes away from that. The property development is, inherently risky business. The only way to avoid that risk is not to attempt to do schemes like this. Very massive social confidence.
Thank you very much. Right, is that okay? I've got John Whitworth. No, you have answered your. Yeah, sorry.
Thank you. Yep, I'll go ahead. Yeah, thank you, Chair. I've got the question about inflation, because looking at the costs of the Lund Quarter, Station Quarter and Carpenters Primary School, it's noticeable that the impact of inflation for the Station Quarter and the school is much greater than for the Lund Quarter. I just wondered why that was so.
We're probably getting into a degree of beta. Principally, it's to do with the phasing of the work. So inflation, obviously, although it's still very high, it's rather less high than it was a bit ago when we were doing
different time.
Yeah, so there's a lot of timing in. We're still assuming reasonably significant inflation over the construction period. That is one of the key words. More than we expect, then that will be a problem.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And then I've got. That's it.
Just a comment here. Clearly, colleagues have raised some good questions. Thank you very much. But in terms of big enough to fail, I think we need to be a bit more ambitious. Clearly, this is a very foresighted, good program of regeneration, which is going to deliver 2,000 plus homes, with lovely green space and hopefully a school as well. And the money that's been requested in this cabinet report is already part of the budget in there. In terms of viability, I think Conrad has given detailed responses. That is something very important. We need to make sure that we continue on top of it to review the scheme. And the fact that it's being managed by Popular, where we have additional control, gives us greater flexibility to take action in order to mitigate against any further risks which are there to make sure that we continue to deliver a viable scheme. The net present value has gone down, yes, but still is positive. We hope that the economic indicator will change, and I think the model that Conrad explained in the report clearly shows that we have set some clear thresholds, at which point we will look at reviewing everything that we're doing. And I think there's ample flexibility within there to make sure that we continue to deliver this project, based on our initial aims and objective. And hopefully there'll be downturn. I mean, there are already indications that interest rate possibly could be coming down. Inflation is already on its way down. Construction costs might replicate too as well. So there are various factors, but I think it gives you sufficient degree of assurance that good governance is in place, regular controls are in place, risk management is being reviewed on a regular basis. And if and when there is any change, that will be brought back to this cabinet for further approval. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. What's the response to the comments made by Zora?
Okay. I just had one point. Sorry, I forgot at the outset to read out the two changes that need to be read out correctly.
Actually, I'm going to read them out. Okay, because there's 1, 2, 3 changes that I want to draw everyone's attention to, and they largely do typos. Well, not so much typos, but wording. And the third, again, it just replaces some text because it wasn't sufficiently right. And I think it's worth it being noted, and I'll pass it over to the clerk, to the committee to note in the minutes. So the first one is paragraph 1.5, and that's on big page number 166. So paragraph 1.5, replace the third sentence with the following wording. So the third sentence, actually it's not the third sentence. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's the fifth sentence starting after the full stop, net present value, and open bracket NPV, a key measure of financial performance, has dropped from 345 million to 1.17 million. That should actually read net present value, open bracket, NPV, close bracket, a key measure of financial performance. Sorry, it's the same thing.
No, it says, sorry, if I may, it says previously said dropped from, so implied the previous value was 345, but it's actually dropped by 345.
Oh, okay, so it's basically replaced from with by.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so if everyone can note that. Then the second amendment, paragraph 11.5, and that's on big page number 183. Values table, where you've got meanwhile use. So meanwhile use replace minus 9.2 to minus 6.3. So that's the, and then all early phases NPV, the total then becomes instead of 136.8, it's 139.7. Can I just ask, was that just a typo? It just was a bit.
I think it was Caroline advised. I think it was just a correction of the cost of the email phase. So the costs have reduced, and therefore the negative net present value impact also reduces. So it's
that's correct.
Yeah.
Okay, albeit the all early phases B.
That's right, yes, it's less of a cost to the scheme, it's less of a net cost to the scheme.
Okay.
So the overall value improved.
Is everyone okay with that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Would you like to?
I need to get some.
And then section 13 of the report, which is from, right, so section 13, which is big page number 185, replace the text on grant funding on the table. So grant funding is row
page 187.
187.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 on big page number 187. So see the entirety of that text, it's going to be replaced in the minutes as follows. Grant funding awarded by the GLA has significant positive impact on viability. A new grant regime has been recently introduced with a move from London affordable rent to social rent levels, with lower rents requiring high grant levels of around double. Grant rates are established through projects being awarded grant. However, as we are at the start of a new programme, this evidence is limited. This is further complicated by volatile market conditions, including rising costs and interest rates, making benchmarking difficult. should the anticipated rates not be achieved, there will be an impact on viability. This can be mitigated by seeking other sources of funding once the outline consent is secured and projects become closer to delivery. Okay?
Okay.
So could you just explain what happened there?
Just a revision to the finance colleagues' commentary on the impact on how grant rates pay flex. So that the Caroline, do you want to expand on that at all? And the changes? They were relatively small amendments to the text. So I think there was an extra sentence in there previously around grant being provided for re-provision and refurbishment, and we can't guarantee that will happen, and therefore that hasn't been put in the paper for the time being, although it may still happen.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Is everyone happy with that?
Yeah.
All right, and then could I just ask that Democratic Services of changes so that the records reflect that accurately what we have just discussed? Okay. Oh my goodness, we've got 1, 2, 3.
Don't tell us 5, Annie. I've been counting.
Yeah, I think everyone's flagging. After the decision, we'll have another 10 minutes and get some fresh air. Okay, don't worry. We'll be fine. So, it's just a lot of these papers coming today are really majorly important.
Yeah, all on the same day.
Yeah, just goes to show all the importance. So I am going to just go to recommendation. Okay, I'm not going to read out the recommendation.
No, that's fine.
Don't worry. Big page number 166. Keep laughing at me, everyone. Serious thing.
Colin's not laughing.
Big page number 166. You can see the recommendations set out 2.1 all the way through to big page number 167. Recommendation 2.7. Do we all agree?
Agreed.
Read it out there.
Yeah. Slowly.
Okay, right. So thank you very much. That's agreed and approved by everyone. Sorry, and if it can kindly take a break.
were on mute, and so I'll have to stop sharing my screen and the back. Okay, yes. We can still.
Mute off.
Okay, so colleagues, we're going to be coming back, and welcome back from the break. So I don't know. I'm going to be inviting Councillor Shabbar Mohammed to introduce this report, and then any final further commentary from the director, and then questions. Tabs.
Thank you, Chair. We all know the pressures that people in Newham and across London are experiencing in terms of housing costs and cost of living crisis. This report is a part of the council's wide-ranging approach to tackling the cost of living crisis and supporting Newham residents and their tackling the cost of living crisis and supporting Newham residents. And there are a number of reports today in today's agenda demonstrating this. We have considered how we can accelerate the delivery of affordable homes as the need is right now, particularly responding to homelessness. These homes will support the council's duty to provide temporary accommodation, which is one of the most pressing priorities in the housing crisis. The proposal is to acquire 95 homes using a proportion of the existing HRA budget for new build homes. These homes are a key part of our building a fairer Newham commitment to deliver 1,500 affordable homes for residents. The homes will be mainly the homes will be mainly homes lost to social housing through the right to buy scheme. We're also bringing them back into social housing. We can also access 1.8 million of Section 106 funding, which money collected from developers by the LLDDC as a planning authority within the Olympic Park area. This will provide funding for around 25 of these homes and is a welcome source of funding to support our work in this area. Thank you, Chair.
Very much. Darren?
Just to confirm, it's 8.1 million of 106. I think we put half of that in the budget. And we're aiming to bring back all 95 properties here this week, states in the report.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Colleen, you wanted to say anything in terms of the impact of this?
Thank you, Chair. I just want to put on record that I support this paper. And I was speaking earlier, second agenda item around performance report. This is actually that part of that suite of options that we are pulling together as a local authority, as a council, to deal with the issues around temporary accommodation and the need for more properties. This is actually a great opportunity to buy back what has been sold, but also a lot of these buybacks, not all, may not be all, but a lot of these buybacks will be on our current estate that we currently have, which then means that those families will be back into the family of Newham properties. Yes, I really welcome this and I look forward to seeing how this pans out in the next 12 months.
Okay, super. Any other questions, colleagues? No? Okay.
Can I just conclude?
Yeah, of course.
I just want to conclude that, you know, the housing crisis and the constant living crisis are not the making of local government. It's lack of funding by national government into local government. And at the end of the day, we have budgets. And at the end of the day, even the housing crisis is local government that is actually stepping up and delivering for our residents. So for me, I know Christmas is a long way, but I think, you know, what we really need is a Labour government. And that's probably top of my Christmas wish list at the moment. That's what I was going to say.
Politician. Thank you very much. And can I just commend you and the wider officer team in the acquisition programme, and obviously Bobby, Darren, Bobby, you're here on Zoom. Did you want to say anything?
Thank you, Mayor. This is I hope it's a well-supported programme. I feel that it's one that can be delivered quickly, which is absolutely the important point of this in responding to the pressing need now. It's one that can be delivered at relatively low risk. As Councillor Lee Parkway says, most of the properties that we're targeting are those that are existing within our existing blocks. So we can deliver this quickly and efficiently and bring these homes back into the social housing world. We'll let these properties at social rents about £130 a week. And I think it's something that we can do right now, and as Councillor Mohammed said, it's part of the wider range of activities, so activity across the council that's addressing the issues that we're facing together. Sorry, one last point is it's worth really acknowledging the £8.1 million grant from the LLDC is really vital in this. It really allows us to provide a great value for money programme for these acquisitions. That Section 106 money will provide about 25 properties just on its own. So I think it's worth mentioning that the funding that they've collected and granting to us is going to go to really good use. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, great, thank you very much. Okay, so colleagues, we are now going to be noting the recommendations on big page number 200, and just wanted to state because in case members of the public, but also media, don't have access to the papers. For the reasons set out in the Cabinet report, in the report, Cabinet is recommended to agree 3.1.1, the reallocation of £30 million from the Affordable Homes programme to a new HRA acquisitions budget for 2023-2024 to fund the purchase of homes for social housing. The 3.1.2, the council's entry into a grant agreement with the London Legacy Development Corporation to draw down 8.1 million of Section 106 off-site housing contributions, which will provide financing of the £30 million budget, and 3.1.2, a delegation of authority to the Director of Housing in consultation with the lead member for housing management and modernisation to take all the necessary steps of recommendations. Is that agreed? Agreed. Well done. Thank you very much. Let's move on to agenda item 11, Olympus House 24-unit acquisition, and this is Ali.
Thank you, Chair, and I won't repeat what Councillor Mohammed has already said in terms of the government's failure to address the homelessness crisis, as well as funding local authorities adequately. As we all know, we have suffered huge cuts over the decades, and that is having serious impact on our financial resources. But we are, as administration, committed to support those experiencing homelessness and treat them with respect and dignity, and find wider sustainable solutions to improve their well-being, as Councillor Poke and Councillor Mohammed has already said. You know, we're looking at a number of different avenues to make sure we do all we can to minimize the financial implication, as well as maximize every opportunity to accommodate these our people into right places. And that is the administration's priority, and that is what we will continue to do. As you know, we, as part of the acquisition program, we have already purchased 276 properties already, and there are quite a few more which are in the pipeline. Necessary due diligence is underway, and you will be getting future reports. And this is part of the integrated, the opportunity that we have. We have street acquisition program. Now you've seen the HRA acquisition, and we're looking at other options. The proposal contained in this report are to take the opportunity to purchase freehold interest in a 24-unit scheme at Olympus House, number 60-62 Barking Road, E6. And the construction of these is expected to be finished later this month. The number of units are, there will be 9 one-bedrooms, 6 two-bedrooms, and 9 three-bedrooms. We've been given this opportunity to take on these properties, and the officers have undertaken due diligence and external valuation, and we are getting it in a very competitive price. If agreed, we will take over the responsibilities later on this month, and all those properties will be accessible and to be let at London Housing Allowance. And as previously indicated, there will be a third party to manage the lease arrangements in this regard. And for the benefit of the financial analysis, after taking into account the cost avoidance savings from temporary accommodation, this is estimated a surplus of 49,000 in year 1 and increasing to 5.8 million at the end of year 5. So I commend this report and ask the cabinet to endorse the recommendation.
Thank you
And
very much.
Sam and Giles wish to add?
Anything else? No questions? All right, so colleagues, I'm going to just draw your attention to the recommendations set out on big page number 208. That's it's for 3.1 all the way to 3.1.4 on big page number 209. Do we all agree those recommendations?
Agreed.
Agreed, Joy, thank you very much. Now we're moving on to agenda items. Preventative Eviction Act Position Programme update. I'm going to be inviting Ali and Shabam Mohammed and then to colleagues to just talk to.
Thank you, Jane. In brief, this is yet another initiative to look at ways to procure properties to minimize disruption to our tenants, save costs in the long run, and provide affordability. So the intention here is that when tenants are facing evictions, at the moment we do have over 300 tenants who've been given notices to leave. But we have the legal responsibility to house those, and the intention is that we approach those resident landlords to buy those properties at a market value, and this will enable the tenants to remain in there. And the proposal here is to purchase about 44 properties, around about 450,000 per property, and we allocate 20 million from the existing capital program to do that. And this will have a substantial impact in terms of nightly accommodation. And imagine the disruption that people have, going to the homeless person unit, staying in temporary accommodation, children's schooling, etc. So there are wider benefits of doing this, and we hope that we've undertaken some market analysis and it seems to the officers that this is a doable program. And what will happen is, if agreed, that we will go into a leasing arrangement with third party, and that third party will grant short tenancies at the local housing allowance. And the due diligence will certainly include health and safety, making sure that the property is habitable and it meets our standards in terms of private sector rental market that we have. Initially, we have appointed a company to look at some feasibility and also to engage and negotiate with landlords. But if this is agreed and the success there, we will go out to full procurement to make sure we have a durable and permanent arrangement in place. Predominantly, we're looking at locations within Newham and surrounding boroughs. There will be mixed size properties, and as I said earlier, they will be at market price. And we hope that this will lead to reduction in temporary accommodation costs, less disruption to the tenants, also a better outcome for the life of the families. Anything else, Shab, do you want to add, or Jane?
1 second. Okay. Can I just ask, it just to help coordination just come through me, because it gets a bit difficult to manage. Shabs?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think it's a really, really great initiative, and I think, as a ward councillor, I think there's many residents in our wards that are facing Section 21s where landlords are selling those properties, and I think it's a really, really good initiative, and it's a positive initiative that we're leading on this, and and it's really, really good that we're actually doing this work, especially around nightly costs of accommodation for our residents, and it's a really good initiative, and the impact that can have on children, especially when they're going to temporary accommodation, and the impact on their schooling, the financial impacts of families that are currently in accommodation. This is a really, really good initiative, and I think there's a few ward councillors here today that are benefiting from this initiative, including myself, who have been doing work with families that are coming to me around these issues, and it's a good initiative. I just want to really thank Sam and Giles for actually doing the work around this and the due diligence. So thank you, guys.
All right, brilliant. Thank you very much. Sam, Giles, anything that you wanted to add?
Yeah, Giles Carpenter. I think just for context, the budget is right around 40%. I think that is less than the total residents. To explain why there is a difference, and it's mainly because private landlords are giving notices of eviction for different reasons. So where some landlords are giving much higher rent, other landlords are giving notice because anticipated rate they effectively exit market, and it's those properties where we think there is the opportunity. There will be others where existing landlords have no intentions of rather than
Yeah.
that really explains the difference why we don't anticipate to require every property landlord's family at risk. We are all landlords on the basis of this.
All right, super, thank you very much. Right, Sam, is there anything that you wanted to say or add?
Thank you, Mayor. No, just to say that we're actively negotiating with 28 landlords, and we already have 8 units in conveyancing. So far we've made good progress. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you very much. Okay, colleagues, any questions? Nope. Okay, fine. Let's go into the recommendations, which are on big page number 220, and that's from 2.1 all the way to 2.1.4 on big page number 221. Agreeable.
Agreed.
Agreed. And now we're moving on to the next agenda item, which is the domestic abuse strategy 2022-2025. Our first year of action in year 2 plans. Over to Neil Wilson, Councillor Neil Wilson and Councillor Mumtaz Khan.
Yeah, thanks very much. If I just start and then hand over to my colleague Mumtaz Khan. Sorry, Councillor Neil Wilson, Cabinet Member for Health and Adult Social Care, and Councillor Khan is the Deputy Member. This is really an update report about progress, and I know that there will be some specific questions to us, but I just want to outline that this is obviously part of a reporting mechanism to this cabinet, where we are saying what we've done in the first year, but also I just wanted to highlight the very good ambitions as laid out on page 232 for the year 2 ambitions, which is obviously linking with discussions elsewhere about the linked sex worker strategy, which would take a public health approach as well as this work into domestic abuse. Increasing the offer of women's hubs across the borough through our partnerships with BCFS and local community groups. And I think there were some issues there raised in other meetings about how would people know about these. By definition, you want anonymity. You don't want sort of a big advert in a public library, I think, by definition. But a very important as well to increase the offer to LGBTQIA+ survivors with partners and local community groups, often not necessarily highlighted in either local or national initiatives, but we are living in an age where this is increasingly acknowledged as an issue, though I feel there's still a lot of underreporting to the police and other agencies. Enhance the awareness and developing responses as to older survivors, because that fits in as well with sometimes the ideas that we've developed with the Aging Well strategy, that we've got an increasing number of people who are in a higher age bracket where they need support as well for these very important services, and creating domestic abuse awareness and pathways in support of schools and across services. I would also include in that a penultimate bullet point that obviously domestic abuse awareness and pathways is often, dealt with sensitively. I know that people have said in other arenas that the personal, social and health education programs could be improved. It can be overloaded, but this is a very important topic. And I think this report does highlight how we're working well with our schools, either the directly maintained ones or those in the academy sector. And I think we need to increase that work, quite frankly, but that's for another day. But most importantly, that we're developing this domestic abuse policy and referral pathway for our own staff who experience domestic abuse, because we have a duty of care for those as well. So over to Mumtaz for further comments.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. I think this is a very detailed report, and the team has been working really hard to get our first year plan in before the cabinet today. I think what it does do is detail the 1 year work that's been going on behind the scene. So in the first year of the domestic abuse strategy, one council has been taken. External partners have also worked in close partnership to ensure that residents experience and coherent and consistent response to domestic abuse across Newham. Domestic abuse survivors and residents have continued to be involved in the monitoring of the first year action plan and development of the second year action plan. Through all the partnership work in the first year of the action plan, the principle of ensuring that the response to domestic abuse across partners is culturally competent and address intersectionality, equity, and have continued to improve the implementation of the plan. And the report goes in further. Significant progress has been made against some key action in the strategy and action plan, and it's bullet pointed. Really.
And we have also support in terms of Simon Reed. If any.
Back in the heat. Okay, fine. So are there any questions? I've got Sabia Kamal, Councillor Sabia Kamali, and then Councillor Colin Lee Parkway.
I welcome the domestic abuse strategy. It actually is really good. But how we monitoring where the need of intervention is more? For example, I understand the need of sex workers are rightly being supported by the community-based domestic abuse service, an increase by 65%, and I saw a figure around 37, which I presume is a number of individuals, 65% before. Newham as a borough has one of the highest DV incidents. Last year, we had 6,758 incidents reported to the police. We are all aware many incidents got reported due to cultural, religious reason, or just out of fear of abuse. My question is, are we investing the same amount of resource to tackle DV within communities? What about refugees? We are borough sanctuary. Hence, I would like to understand how the strategy affects ethnically and culturally diverse needs that we have in our borough. We have a model of co-production with residents to empower. What wasn't clear to me, how will our service reach out to survivors who are known to service as hard to reach? And what support do we have in place to encourage and understand their need? More so, what kind of community support or intervention outreach work do we have to identify those who suffer in silence? And I do understand due to national cuts in budget and increase in DV due to COVID, we might not be able to provide enough support, but is there anything?
Okay. You want to say anything, comment?
Yeah, I can start. Of course, we are very dependent on some of the partners that we are working with. For example, the GPs, where we get a lot of our referrals from, and also the organisation that we have commissioned to do some of the work. It does meet that need for cultural, the different, cultural referrals that's coming in. I'm going to pass to Simon, or perhaps Fiona. Sorry, Chair.
I'll bring in Shara, Fiona.
Okay.
Hi there. It's Fiona Hackman, Assistant Director of Commissioning. Can you hear me okay? Because the feed from you guys is slightly breaking up with me.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. So I think what we tend to do is, and I think Councillor Wilson has referred to this in his introductory remarks, is we don't have a one centre or one-stop shop for survivors of domestic abuse we used to have in the past, and we tended to find that people either couldn't get there or felt that it was identifying them, even though there wasn't any signage outside. The service is delivered from where we think residents affected by domestic abuse are most likely to turn up. So there are staff in children's centres and family hubs. There are staff in Newham General Hospital. There are staff who attend Newham sessions in libraries, etc. So we are putting people where we think that survivors are most likely to approach services. Our experience and the experience of the staff tells us that it's very possibly, unless it's a real emergency, not the first thing that someone's going to tell somebody. It's often wrapped up in requests for other services and then comes to light. And often the first person they speak to isn't a domestic abuse specialist. So it's also important to have those specialists sitting alongside other staff so that they're able to quickly kind of move in or support those staff kind of deal with anything that arises. In terms of the cultural competence work, our co-production group is large and is culturally diverse. That was very, very definitely done deliberately. We also have other partnerships with providers who we don't necessarily commission, but we know who work in the borough around domestic abuse, some of whom are groups working with specific communities so that we can make sure that what's on offer is meeting the needs of those communities, and also, again, to plug in those groups with some of the specialist support and help. If there's anything I've missed, Shar, do you want to come in? If there's anything else anybody wants to ask?
Yeah, I just wanted to talk about, also we've got the pilot project of the IRIS model, which is now working in all GP practices across Newham. So that offers two things. It offers specialist training to all staff at surgeries, from people on the frontline desk to the general practitioners themselves. And there's also a caseworker specifically supporting referrals from GP practices, because we're really aware that GPs are very short on time. So by having assigned caseworkers to each practice, it means a referral mechanism, referrals can be responded to really quickly as well. So that's a pilot project. And as Fiona said, we have multiple domestic abuse services in the borough, predominantly funded by MOPAC. So for example, we have East London Rape Crisis. We also have services provided by the Ascent Pan London services. We have ICRO, Ashiana, Imache, Anchal. We have multiple services. We're really, really fortunate. And it's really important that when we're working with survivors, we offer them choices and are very clear in explaining what all the different services, and support people to make decisions about which service they want. So for example, someone might choose to access a non-specific culturally service for their own reasons, and someone might want, for example, LGBT service. So we always maximise the choices offered to survivors and support them to access the right one for them. And as we know, risk and needs ever change. So someone might start off by accessing one service, and then later on during their journey might move on to accessing another service, as an example.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any other questions? Councillor Colleen.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to welcome this report, Councillor Wilson and Councillor Maltese, just in regards to some of the commentary we had earlier regarding the performance report around early intervention and prevention work. This is a really good example of where we was and where we're going and how we're getting there. But I also do just want to flag in regards to really encouraged to see in this document 3.9 recommendation around the development of a domestic abuse policy and referral pathway for our staff that work for us at the London Borough of Newham. That just, because it's not just our residents, it's the people that are actually looking after our residents, doing the day-to-day work in our own organisation, that we should also be mindful of. And also just to maybe just highlight some of the other things that we know are happening, but we don't have the answers to. So there's something around the comments that Councillor Kamali made in regards to perpetrators and those that are survivors of perpetrators. Until we change the system, it will always be broken.
Yeah.
What we don't want is perpetrators hurting women, men, and anybody else, children, through this type of violence, but it happens. It's that commitment to working with partners, to work with organisations, to teach our young people, our young boys in schools, our young women in schools at a very early age to prevent this type of destructive behaviour is really important. And actually, if you read this document, and I've read it about 4 times, every time I read it, I take something else away from it. I do just want to flag, though, this is not just a standalone document that sits on a shelf and gathers dust. It sits in a suite of other documents. And I'm really encouraged to see that actually we're taking this seriously. We are one of the highest boroughs for domestic abuse and domestic violence, but also we have one of the highest amount of survivors of domestic abuse and domestic violence. But especially when we think about children, impacts on children are unbelievable, and they're unseen and unheard until the point in time where some of them actually enter into the same lifestyles of which they were born in. So it's so important that we really give dues to this document, because it does make a difference in people's lives. So thank you very much, and thank you to your team. There was no question guessed. No. There was a couple of questions around prevention.
You want to?
Yeah, can I just welcome those comments, particularly as an ex of the year myself in the secondary sector. Sometimes people come for one referral to you in the head of the year, and you find out there's quite a lot going on behind closed doors, often in their own family background. So it's a very important aspect, and I know that my colleague is actually dealing with that on a day-to-day basis in her other role. We've worked across organisation, and I think that includes this interfamilial abuse that sometimes is, occurring. We're looking at in a 2-year plan. I welcome the comments as well about working with partners, because it's interesting that ELF, that's the East London Foundation Trust, have commissioned an internal domestic abuse training programme for all their staff from Save Life. So the more that professionals, either based at the GP level or within the community health settings or at the hospital or wherever people present and disclose, it's getting across that threshold for so many women often that, there's a fear. We've still got economic dependency issues, and we've still got a whole load of issues, sometimes cultural issues or something about stigma still in this. So I think you're absolutely right. This sits within the whole one council approach, but also working obviously with health partners and others, as I think Fiona and Shah were saying, the groups that may not necessarily brand themselves as domestic abuse sort of commissioners, but they have the information, they have the culturally appropriate intelligence. So thanks very much.
I just add,
sorry,
Chair. Thank you, Athlone Parkway. I think the impact on children, we all know the huge impact on children, and then the long-term impact of domestic abuse, family life. But this is also, in addition, this is a part of our new 50 step to a healthier borough, health and wellbeing strategy 2020 to 2023 provides a crucial element to a public health response to domestic abuse. And I just wanted to kind of add that. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to take a question from Councillor Siobhan.
It's not a question. I think it's, is that one council approach that we're doing now around housing needs,
housing,
and adult social care, bringing everything together. And I think we are currently in housing service looking at DARHA accreditation. Yeah. So again, it's giving that support to those residents that need it the most, and actually that care and compassionate approach that we've always had, and I've always been emphasising along with the mayor, that when residents who come in, if they are victims of domestic violence, we have that care and compassionate approach to them, and bringing DARHA accreditation will be a big step in that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we move to approving, and recommendations are set out on big page number 264. No, that's the wrong one. Sorry. Okay, recommendations, big page number 233, and it's Cabinet's recommended to agree proposals for year 2 of the action plan. Agreed. Brilliant. Now, finally, the procurement of electric domiciliary care, and I'm going to be invited to do this.
Thank you very much, Chair. So obviously domiciliary care delivers bespoke care and support at its best, which maintains and improves our residents' health, their well-being, and crucially, their independence, allows them to remain in their homes for as long as possible. In Newham, we have a commission service of significant size, and there's 24 providers. When people say, and we've got a training program tonight, I'm just going to put this in for the benefit of anybody watching, that, you know, we're talking about safeguarding issues tonight, but we're also talking about the complex landscape that we deal with in adult social care. So there's millions of hours of care per year for thousands of residents under our independent living support service network. Now, in order to provide those residents with high quality, we must be able to accurately monitor what is every care visit delivering. And obviously the use of ICT in this has been helpful. The current system, though, was procured almost 10 years ago, and the Cabinet will be well aware of how technology changes. There's so much built-in obsolescence often in, the whole computer system. So a new system that this is a procurement report. A new system will provide vastly improved monitoring and the delivery of care in real time, not at the end of, say, a week. It'll be while the carer is looking at and helping as far as possible the resident. And it's real time, more resident focused, and help improve outcomes. And it will give us more assurance that the resident needs are being met without the need to audit volumes of paper records, where it's likely to generate savings, other efficiencies during the lifetime of the contract, with more automated and active invoicing from care providers, because it's been a little bit sort of, oh, there's so many hours and we just have to pay the bill at the end of it. But so more accurate invoicing on actual visit times than is possible currently, and enable better forecasting. So looking ahead, that very important thing we're so often lacking within bureaucratic systems that rely on outdated databases. If we can forecast and intelligence to inform our future commissioning and brokerage. So it gives us more control, but more importantly for our residents in domiciliary care, we will be able to monitor quality and what is actually being delivered. I commend this to Cabinet for approval, Chair.
Thank you very much. So
I have Simon Reid if he wants to add anything. Sorry, he's been sitting there facing.
carry on with the popcorn at the back.
This is a really great opportunity.
It has been 6 hours.
For it to be kind of really intelligence led in this space, we think we can do better. We think we're doing well. We think we can do better. So it links to the wider, new sparks. I'll end there. You're welcome.
All right, thank you very much.
Question.
Any questions, colleagues? Right.
Thank you, Chair. Really welcome this report. I think this is a great opportunity to do something really well, but use modern day technology to do something which hasn't previously been done. I guess the only question I have, if you don't mind, is how is this going to be monitored? How we know we're getting value for money, and the actual resident and the family members know that they're getting value for money and the services in which we're intending to supply are being supplied. How is that happening? How's that being monitored? Sorry, here you go, Simon. That's for you. You waited 6 hours.
The system itself is we have contract officers that sit behind it who will analyze this data, look at the insight, work with providers and such like. But if we didn't have this system, we're then going back to pen and paper and looking at records, people posting them in and various things like that. We're also hoping that the new system, once we go out to the market, the stuff that's shared with that system, with like resident families and such like. So it'll be a much better approach as you've been 10 years is a long time in technology. This again.
I have one other, if you don't mind. Just in regards to the system and what it may look like, is it agile enough to change with maybe legislation or technology as it goes, it progresses? Is it agile enough to just take on the other things that may come? The problem with systems is often you have one system, you just stay with the system. the rest of the days, and all of a sudden you realise there's Apple Mac and it works slightly differently. So I'm just wondering, is it agile enough to change? Manoeuvre?
Yeah, that's part of the specification.
Brilliant.
It should be flexible, and obviously there are great clauses within the proposed contract that allow us to be flexible as well.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Very quickly, Chair, thank you. It's a welcoming report. Thank you, Neil and Simon. Just a couple of questions. First, in terms of time management or monitoring, would that be from inside the property or just from the outside? Okay, that's number one. And secondly, all IT systems ought to be bringing about some sort of efficiencies. Are we expecting any and financially quantifiable?
So I'll take the second one first, and I think we can break that down to various sections. So firstly, we know what we're paying at the moment. Far more for this less. So there's potentially a small amount of efficiency there. And just speaking to the previous during independent living services for 2025 next year. So we'll obviously have to keep pace with what we're going to procure in that space. But a lot of what we're doing this year is making sure that the time and tax is delivered as we pay for it, but also that people who don't need that support can step down through like a trusted assessment model. Again, this software system will allow us to be able to track that and follow it all the way through. So yes, that does link to savings because we reduce some of the packages as a result.
Sorry, just follow quickly. Would there be any back office kind of saving, in view of the past, stream process IT system, which will do a lot of stuff, which perhaps are being done manually at the moment? Would there be something there?
There's nothing on the manual side, but we have achieved back office savings through the integration of commissioning last month, at least an additional 1,000. And so we've been streamlined in a different way. The technology will allow us to be really kind of laser focused on making sure everything, every resident is receiving the service that they need. We don't have to pay for that.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. Okay. Neil.
Yeah, just to acknowledge, because we're council, that Abby is on the call as well. She's the author of the report, and I hope that we've done justice to the hard work behind the scenes. I just want to say that this is obviously at the start of the process. There'll be obviously monitoring through our internal processes that Simon has alluded to at officer level, but also part of the cabinet accountability mechanism, so that we can actually be reassured that, and the savings are not necessarily tangible at the moment, but we're optimistic, shall we say, that there's certainly efficiencies around paper-based models. And the most important one is that our residents get a tailored and individualized service. Thanks very much.
Okay. Very much. Right. Any other questions? No. Colleagues, I'm going to draw your attention to the recommendations on big page number 2.
Yes.
And we've been asked for of a new ECN system for 3 years with the option to extend for up to a maximum of 5 years. So that's 3 + 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 + 1. Why? So I'm sorry, but is this normal? I have 3 plus successive 5 years.
Well, personally, my view.
In procurement terms.
Yeah, I mean, it is something that we need to look at. Sorry, I agree entirely, because I think it seems to be becoming a very common routine practice. We're getting 2 + 3 + 2, etc. And by and large, when the bidders are providing estimates, they focus purely on what we say the first term is. And the unit cost will be up if you have 2 years. But in fact, if you have 4 years, the unit cost will be lower because they know at least they got guaranteed 4 years, even though we are saying 2 + 2, subject to performance. But there is also another aspect that, if, for example, performance isn't very good and also things are changing, assuming the contract didn't cover sort of, the duration of the any changes which may be foreseeable, then it's an opportunity for us to call it a day and do that. But it's the balance that we need to achieve. Yeah. There's something that I've asked procurement to look into.
I appreciate it's the option to extend, but with all of the cabinet reports, when it comes to procurement, where there is a designated contractual period that forms a procurement, process, or framework, you know, who's actually monitoring and triangulating issues around quality in the round during the period of procurement contract delivery in the first substantive phase. Sorry, I can see your hand up, Simon. I'm not going to take it because this is a really important member oversight and cabinet question that needs to be actually answered by the cabinet members that have the responsibility and corporate directors, because the important point is this that I'm trying to make. We are spending millions and millions of pounds either through determinations that we make of those large sums or through incremental amounts because we're given sign off to cabinet papers where it's a substantive 3-year period or 2-year, and then there's a succession of years thereafter. And where is the assurance that in this system where you've got these successive additional years, be they 1 year or 2 years or 3 years more, outside of the substantive, appropriate tracking? You know, because we do have under delegated authority the requirement to ensure we bring papers where there's £1 million spent to cabinet, but some of these papers could actually exceed that and we don't know. And what about quality assurance around delivery?
Yeah, my understanding is that you know, when we do these reports, there is delegate to extend the contract, but there is performance management in place whereby before the contract is expired, some sort of analysis is undertaken to demonstrate that the contractor has delivered the core objective of the contract with the life of the first 2 years, and only then it is extended. If they haven't achieved the set parameters, then clearly it will not be extended. But practically speaking, I don't think we get anything back from the cabinet perspective, but that's a decision that's delegated and the director is taken, and I don't know if Conrad would like to add anything.
Sorry, that was. Sorry.
Recommendation is to.
Yeah, because in this specific case, the authority for any extensions is delegated consultation with the cabinet lead member. So before any extension could be authorised, cabinet lead would have to be consulted and assured that there was good value in approving the extension. I mean, I suspect, you know, given what we've heard, it is probably unlikely that each of those 5-year extension, those year extensions will be granted. So the contract ran for a total of 8 years. The likelihood is that an IT system after, you know, around about 5 years or something like that, there'll be something new and better on the market. But this just provides you with the flexibility in the event the system is still doing what you want in order to extend the contract. But unless the cabinet lead was satisfied that really was the case, what you would actually do then is start a new procurement exercise after 3 years or 4 years, if it was still working well at that point and so on, in order to get what's new and up to date and valuable on the market. So it provides an option to do that, but that could only be exercised if the cabinet lead was satisfied that it was right to exercise that option. Does that deal with the point? There is cabinet oversight for any granting of any of those extensions.
I just don't think it's an adequate response in light of the serious issues that I'm raising, and let's just take it outside of this meeting because we do need to address it. I mean, in any case, you know, why we want to have the option of extended beyond, you know, say the lifetime of a term. You know, I don't know. I mean, I appreciate it's an option, but I do think this is something that we need to interrogate further.
Yeah.
And why is it successive years times 5 after the initial 3 years? Do you know him?
Yeah, I've had 3 meetings on this, but Simon, I do have to bring him in, I think, because, you know, I've been away, you know, I've had 3 meetings. But why was that particular structure? And can I assure, because the public are watching, that there is, as Conrad has rightly outlined, a process where me as cabinet lead does get, you know, thorough discussion on this. I just wanted the details so I don't mislead people. Simon on the 1+1.
So, in previous discussion and conversation, we've got contracts to offer something that various or when you get efficiencies on in-law contracts, you can, as an officer, want to kind of be able to go to that distance. So an 8-year contract would be considered really long, tend not to go over 5 years really. So this gives us the ability to blend on, get the efficiency for the longer contract period. We often can use those contract extensions to improve the product as well. So it's a negotiation in a sense, but also having the services included. So it's a great choice.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's okay as in I'm acknowledging the information.
So I kind of, we've had quite a lot of conversations about this in previous spaces. And I kind of see this as actually, it's about security, the type of contract this is. It's not the bog standard procurement, it's the type of contract this is. So I actually looked at this as a space of around, if there is a problem, we have the ability to get out of this contract.
Yeah.
If there's not a problem, then we continue going as forth. But also we also got to think about all the legislative changes that may come, which was part of my question earlier about us being agile. So I guess I saw this as, because of the type of contract it is, and that being care basically, that there's an element of you need reliability. It's not product, it's service. So therefore, you would also, if they weren't performing, Councillor Wilson, then there'd be a conversation that you would have with your team that would say, actually, this is not providing us with what we expect. So therefore, we need to use the break clause. That's how I saw it.
Yeah, and that was my interpretation. So I'm slightly, you know, I want to know why there is the concern, because I thought it was the flexibility that I think both we've outlined and you've outlined and Simon has. So, you know, by having that built in, you can have the break clause if it's not delivering, but also you can get savings if you extend and have a bit of renegotiation within the envelope that you've already established with the provider.
Yeah, it was just, I mean, I think as hard, and I think maybe, so just a clarification, neither of this is a 3-year contract then extended for 5 years with break clauses. And I think it's the 3+1+1 that makes it sound like a 3-year contract with a 1 year on and a 1 year on and 1 year on, where you're deciding every year, but it's an opt-out chance every year, isn't it?
Yeah, that's I mean, I'm making reference to.
But no, I just want to check either is right, because that's how I read it.
Because I'm noting with the option to extend, so we don't have to, we're not compelled, but I'm just curious from a governance perspective and procurement regime perspective, why is it that we're doing 3+1+1+1?
Yeah, I see the look. Yes.
Presumably, is that not a rolling contract with a kind of just a review period annually?
Do we need to change the wording in that space? Does it need to say break clause?
It's not a break clause. A break clause enables you to exit a contract. What that's saying, recommendation means, is that you would let a contract for 3 years. That's what I'm doing. After that, or in the lead up to the end of that offer, you then decide whether to extend it for another year.
Okay.
And then again, 6 months, 12 months on that, you'll then decide whether to extend it for 1 more year again, up to an absolute maximum of 5 1-year extensions. So that's what the recommendation means. My understanding from what's being said is that is felt to provide the best balance of pricing from the contractors, that's the possibility of a longer contract, but it's entirely at our discretion how we exercise it. With the flexibility, you wouldn't want to let an 8-year IT contract, but you would be able to continue to extend if there was no evidence, for example, if there was nothing new on the market that was anything better. At that point at which that assessment changed, you would instead be able to say, well, after, for example, 3 years +1, We're now not granting any of those further extensions, and we will instead deal with new contracts.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Very quickly, I mean, I think if that is the recommendation that we're going to approve, then it needs to say to extend up to a maximum of further 5 years. Because the way it reads, it says we'll extend up to maximum 5 years, then we had 3 plus 4, etc.
Yeah,
But in terms of wider policy, I personally do believe that we do need to look at a procurement strategy whereby we need to look at the value of the contracts and the year of the duration, because and the risks and the sensitivities, etc. Because the option to have additional years always leads to additional costs. I don't believe we get value for money when we have this kind of arrangement. If you have 5 years, you will get a better price than simply saying 3 years. But I think there's something we need to look at from corporate procurement perspective. And clearly service areas have expertise. They know what's in the market or not. But in terms of IT, things are changing on a daily basis. Do we really want to commit ourselves to 8 years?
You are.
But you say that, Zorfi, so just thinking about what you just said, the reality is in 3 years from now, level of need could be completely different. We could have gone up by X or we could have gone down by X. So I guess that opportunity to reevaluate and see actually, is this contract appropriate at this point now? Or do we add something else in? Is there something else?
This is where the difficulty lies. When you award a contract, you award against a specification. And it all depends on what level of flexibility you have in this specification. If you change the spec, you will pay extra. By and large, contractors end up charging you a lot more when you change the original spec. And this is the risk with this kind of contract.
Danger, and you're absolutely right, because they hardwire you in to a service delivery set of requirements, which actually don't end up becoming that flexible for you, and especially in this area where you've got so much innovation coming in with tech, literally within a blink of an eye in 6 months, everything comes onto the market. I just think look, I appreciate that we're having this kind of conversation and it's in a meeting of all cabinet and public are watching, and absolutely right that they should be seeing us interrogating even at the 11th hour cabinet papers that are coming, because these are important decisions that we're making. And can I just understand from you, if we were to amend 2.1.1, which is 3 plus 2, what problem will that cause? Because has the 3 plus 5 times equating to times 1 year times 5, has that been negotiated? Have you determined that already with the supplier?
No, we haven't gone out to procurement.
If
we can change it, then we can change it. I think the important part here is the current contract isn't working for us. So we have the ability to extend it for another 2 years, and we put back to cabinet because we said we don't
not working
value for money anymore. So
well, you've had to, I know, and I appreciate that, and you've had to come back, and all the time that it's taken to write a report, to get it through governance, all the officer time resource, which costs money and our time, that's also a consideration. So I appreciate the point that you're making, that there are, the checks and balances broadly, but I still think we've got to address some of the fundamentals around this.
I would just say 3 plus 1 plus 1. I would suggest 3 plus 1 plus 1 with total 5 years.
I would go 4.
I would just do 3 plus 1.
Yes, fine.
Plus 2.
Yeah.
I'm not sure we get value from money.
Sorry, we're now moving on here, aren't we?
Yeah, I was going to say, we can't do that on that.
We mustn't do this, I don't.
Okay, so look, let's accept it as it is, because it is only an option, but can we have a report back with an update to formal cabinet, given the range of conversations that happened? And it's may well just be a report to note.
Yeah.
And then outside on this, we will pick up via CAN and.
I think we've highlighted a wider issue around procurement processes, and Conrad, you're going to be helpful, I think.
The alternative suggestion that would be helpful there, and it's entirely you. We've discussed recommendation 2.1.1, and there's a variety of views. A possibility would be that rather than agreeing 2.1.2, which delegates authority to the award, you might prefer to have the awarded contract to come back to cabinet.
Yeah.
And then, all of these matters could be determined before the contract is finalised. If there are concerns about whether there'll be sufficient oversight to be expressed, then an alternative would be to reserve the award of the contract to Cabinet. In other words, not to have 212, and you can resolve all of these matters on the award of the contract at the conclusion of the procurement exercise.
Yeah, entirely up to you. I mean, I would just remind members that this is, relatively speaking, in the scheme of complex of the council, small amount.
Yeah.
First thing, but it's a matter we want to deal with this. The second issue is, I think, the way our scheme of delegation operates is that you should have the confidence in your officer cadre to be able to do the assessment at the point when the extensions operate. And as the delegation here says, the evaluation would be done in consultation with the lead member. I think that should give you sufficient assurance in relation to ongoing.
So just to be really clear, points that I have raised and I'm making at this point in time have got nothing to do with confidence or otherwise with regards to the competency of really brilliant officers. If you know that they're brilliant, is some fundamental points relating to governance and our systems that we need to address that I think these types of reports present. So that I just wanted to make that.
Yeah.
And I also appreciate it's, it's up to me, up to us, to determine which way. So I think the easiest would be, I'm going to get advice from the chief executive.
I think, so my advice would be that you accept 2.1.1 and that you do ask for the contract award to be returned to Cabinet for approval. At that point, you can address the contract term, etc., etc. You have the outcome of the procurement process, which will tie into the elements that you've already discussed around the specification of how flexible it can be, and you will then have an understanding of therefore, and we can then take a collective decision on the amount of time that you award it for and how it all then comes together as per the suggestion. So my recommendation is that step 2.1.1 and ask for the contract.
And if I may add, Chair, that if that's what's agreed, then it would be good to get in that report justification in terms of value for money for that kind of extension. So we have a clear clarity in terms of
that I was taking what Colin said that was part of it, as in terms of
usually start
in terms of what would be presented as a future report. So if I'm clear, we're keeping 211 with just the really helpful clarification of a further being inserted between of and 5 years. So a further five years. And then deleting in its entirety 212 to replace it with to bring back to the Cabinet.
Yeah. Okay, so 2.1.2 is going to change and the form of wording will be to bring back at a future point a report to Cabinet with the conclusions of the procurement process for agreement.
And then secret or for approval.
Is that captured? Is that okay?
I think alternatively, you could simply delete 212 and therefore there is no authority to award the contract other than by Cabinet.
Yeah.
You simply don't have 212 at all.
Yeah, exactly.
You can have when it comes back to Cabinet. You don't need to.
Oh, okay, right. So let's just so what we're doing is deleting in its entirety recommendation. And the recommendation in this paper now is 2.1.1 to approve the procurement of a new ECM system for an initial term of 3 years with the option to extend up to a maximum of 5 years 3 + 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 at an estimated value of £248,512 per annum. Is that agreed?
Agreed.
Agreed. Okay.
Thank you.
And then it's before we conclude today's meeting of cabinet, I just ask you to formally note with me the following agenda items as listed in the agenda pack is the exempt appendices. So exempt agenda items 17, 18, 19 and 20. Are those noted?
Noted.
Great, thank you very much. Is there anything else at this time? Just before everyone goes, I was going to ask Charles comment on the rack situation as it pertains to council-owned buildings. I don't know whether you or Conrad can just comment as to outside of what we're doing with schools and support schools, what the council will be doing more broadly with regards to its council-owned stock.
I did think the director of property earlier, as you can imagine, we're of course conducting desktop surveys, and if they warranted further surveys in order to assess whether any of the rack concrete is present in buildings outside of the school estate. So obviously, given the urgency of that as a national issue, you can imagine we are prioritising that. There is a large estate that won't be going to be overnight. And of course, if any of that material is identified, we will urgently update members as so we're conducting these desktop surveys as urgently as you would expect, and we'll update you as soon as we have a really definitive position, or indeed any surveys to date. One school academy trust has identified a building arrangements have been made with them in order to provide alternative classroom space. That's probably the update on that at the moment there. We will keep members very closely appraised of it.
Okay. And just to advise, an email's gone out to all councillors and residents that we're able to circulate e-bulletins to say as much as in the council's asset management team will be looking at all of our property, given the pronounced issue of right reported over the weekend. And I know that there are issues or questions being raised by some members with regard to our housing stock, and I'll be coordinating with Shab and Norfolk around to that councillor. And then finally, the Met Office has announced a couple of hours ago that from today through to September the 10th, there is going to be a amber heat warning triggered because of the extreme heat, and that will commence from midday today through to 9 PM on the 10th of September. And the council is going to be obviously publicising and issuing, as I will get some information out to the councillors as well, because we need to let councillors know. So I'll speak to you about that. Okay, cool. Thank you very much, everyone. Take care. Stella.
5.5.